Mm.
Yes.
Have you been going to school regularly now, Libby, or are you still doing remote learning?
I'm virtual, so I stay at home all day, but it's very easy to fall asleep when you're still doing it.
Yeah, my daughter is 16 and she's in the same boat. Yep.
I hope I can get my vaccine when the school year starts, because they say it's about to.
There's some promising news. Yeah, they're going to be testing it right now, Libby. I think Pfizer, they're testing down to 12 years old.
Yeah.
And hopefully you're 11 now, right? Is it?
Yeah, so all of my family's got Pfizer, so I think I'm going to get Pfizer too, just because that's like the most reliable vaccine right now, and hopefully that still continues on. And now they're testing my age.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you'll get it soon.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people that are afraid to get it, though, you know.
Yeah.
So.
But you're not afraid, right, Libby?
I'm ready to get my vaccine.
Right.
I haven't, it's so weird, like, I'll see pictures, like very old pictures of me in like different places without a mask, because there wasn't no coronavirus back then, like 3 years ago. And I'm like, oh Lord, I miss those days where you can just be able to go out with having to constantly worrying if you're gonna die from coronavirus. And I definitely miss going to school and seeing my friends.
Well, we now have the director about to appear.
Yeah. Yes.
Ready, Cesar?
Yes, of course. Yes, it's
All right.
45. Okay, we are starting at.
Hello, Stella. Welcome back.
Hello, friends. Good to see you. How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing
Stella, right. Hi.
Stella.
I am here just to listen in today, but happy May the 4th.
Yes. Hi, Stella. How are you? Yes, I read your message about the May. Yes, May the 4th with you. Yes, too.
I came with very high expectations, Cesar. You know, I came with like an expectation of the Star Wars theme, and you know, some fun.
Yeah, yes. For many of us, I am my birthday was my birthday is in May 23. I'll have I'll be 64 years old, and I am the typical generation that I'm started my interest in astronomy and stars and space with, of course, Star Wars,
right?
Like many people. And I remember that my mind blew up with the first movie when I was 11 years old, like Libby today.
Right. I know.
Yes. Instead, Star Wars have many wrong things about the space, about sounds in the space, or something like maybe the accuracy of science is more near in Star Trek movies or TV series, but the impressive things of Star Wars, the cinematic things, made for all generation really interest in science and in space travel, like travel. But of course, my interest was 100% when the TV series from Cosmos from Carl Sagan appeared in TV in Argentina in the 1980 or 1979. I don't remember, maybe 1980. And for me was a complete positive. At this moment, I was 13 years old. It's all things that are making something for anybody of us, for everybody. Sorry, where we found the interest in science, in space, and of course that I am a really Star Wars fan because I was 11 years old with the first movie. Sure. Hi, John. How are you?
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm doing good.
So it's something, I was never a Star Wars fan, but I got to appreciate the first movies because they were very avant-garde when they came out. They were very ahead of their times. And yes, they had the science wrong, but they provided a means of dreaming, right? A way for us to explore the rest of the universe with our imagination. So I will give them the artistic liberty to do whatever they want because they did it right. I didn't like the next series, like the prequels and the follow-ups and the this and the that. I just like, it's
it's too much for me. Absolutely. Yes.
Too much. Yeah, there's no plot. It's all about effects. Sure. I mean, anyone who has the means to have special effects can actually produce a good movie.
Yes, my interest was more about cinematic potential. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
I never really liked Star Wars until I was about 7, and I just watched Force Awakens.
Mm-hmm.
And from now on, I've watched every early Star Wars movie, and I've been trying to go back and watch the old ones because I've been to Star Wars Land at Disney, and I've gotten the ride Rise of the Resistance because we go there a lot. My mom plans to travel there to Disney a lot, so we go every couple months, and I got to Rise, and I've rode the Millennium Falcon.
Excuse me a moment, Libby. I find it almost impossible to hear you.
I can hear her. She just said that she rode the Millennium Falcon, and I did.
Oh, she did.
She did. Woohoo! Go you!
All I heard was that she jumped on a bird and it flew her away. I really didn't hear you at all.
They have all that new Star Wars land
You
stuff
sound
at
muffled,
Disney. I remember I went there with 4 of my friends, and it was at 4 a.m, and that's what time they opened up the parks. And I remember the Star Wars music was just playing through the whole entire Disney park, and the guards were slowly letting everybody through to Star Wars Land. And I asked my mom, I was like, can I go in the front? And my mom was like, no, you'll be punched. There were people fighting up there to get in the front of the line to get everywhere. And we waited 4 hours to get on the Millennium Falcon.
Wow, that's impressive. But actually, I admire your perseverance. I really do. I would just turn around, go home, have ice cream at 4 a.m. Doesn't matter. There's no time for it.
It tricked my mind because I almost thought it was still dark out, and I almost thought it was still nighttime. And I was like, oh, wait, the sun's coming out. That's weird.
Sun's coming.
Yeah.
But these kind of sunrises are the most spectacular ones, right?
Well, we now have John Johnson here. Hello, John, and Carroll.
Hello, David.
Good.
Yes.
Welcome.
Oh, there's Carroll. Hi, Carroll.
How's it going, everybody?
Hi, Carol. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
I'm opening the grid with all cameras because we are more and more. Excellent.
So where in Argentina are you at, Cesar?
I don't listen to something about Argentina, but where I am in Buenos Aires, in the
Aires.
city. Yes, Buenos Aires city, in the middle of Buenos Aires. My town area is called Palermo, like Palermo in Sicilia, Italy, because we have a lot of culture from Italy.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. We are a mix of mostly Spain and Italian people here, and a lot of people more. A complete mix of people here is. They call it in the past crisol crisol de razas. It's like a mix of different people from all countries everywhere. And well, it's like the United States.
Sounds like the United States.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a mixture
When you
of-
see something that I say, I make the movement with the hands. This is typically genetically Italian. Absolutely.
Italiano.
Yes, I need to tie my hands because I
No,
say,
don't
come
do
on.
that.
When
Don't
I watch my Zoom presentation, I say, why this me? It's impossible. Yes.
I am Greek, so I speak with my whole
Beautiful.
body.
Yeah.
So it's. I was talking to some friends. We were talking actually about poker, and I told them I will never play poker with anyone. My whole, everything I'm thinking is in my face, in my mannerisms, in everything. You can't. I cannot hide it. So if I have a good hand, I'm gonna be excited. If I got a good hand, and I start crying. It's
Wow.
That's good.
It's great. It's great.
It
The
is great.
Greek is amazing. Come on. And really, you born
What
in
about
Greek.
variable
It's
star
amazing.
soccer?
I was variable star soccer. No, I'm more of an outbursting cataclysm variable. I'm more of that kind of thing. That's why I studied them. I was born and raised in Greece, Cesar, and I came in the United States for graduate
Well, yes.
and I stayed on this side of the world. But I spent 2.5 years in Chile, in La Serena, and I had
You speak some Spanish too.
un poquito, sí.
Un poquito. Okay.
And I had the opportunity to actually go to Argentina because two of my very dear friends from graduate school are from Bahia Blanca.
Okay. Excellent.
So I
Yeah.
went through Buenos Aires then, and it's delightful. Absolutely
Okay.
delightful.
Well, thank you. Yes, it's a great city, and it's a cosmopolitan city. Yes. Hi, Maxi. Hi, Maximiliano. How are you? ¿Cómo estás?
¿Qué tal? Buenas noches. Good night.
Hello,
Hey, everyone.
Maxi. Yeah, I saw some of your astrophotography. It's very nice.
Yes. Maxi wonder us with from his Facebook all weeks. He wonder us with different pictures take with smartphones maybe yes, like Cameron it's another guy of the smartphone pictures. Another guy that made magic with smartphones and telescopes, and actually he used a reflex camera, and of course that when you turn the people that practice with a smartphone, when they start to use reflex camera or CCD, come on, they're impossible to stop.
Great.
Thank you, Cesar, for the introducing.
Well, yeah.
We're 30 seconds till the beginning.
Maybe
yes.
say first, if I can, happy 4th, and may the 4th be with you.
May the 4th with you.
From Star Wars.
From Star Wars.
Okay. Well,
Nice.
we are at 8 o'clock in. Okay.
Looks like we're starting.
Yes, 10 o'clock here.
Fields is in a special place on the spacecraft. The electronics package is inside the spacecraft, where most of the electronics are, but all of our sensors are mounted on the outside of the spacecraft. We have 3 sensors that measure magnetic fields that are mounted on a boom behind the spacecraft in the shadow shield, and then we have 5 sensors that measure plasma voltage. field sensors. They extend into full sunlight, and they get very hot. Two of the key measurements to understanding coronal heat are the measurement of the magnetic field and the electric field. And together they give us what's called the quantum flux, which is the energy flux of the corona. And to make those measurements, we have to actually go into that plasma and put sensors in the plasma to measure magnetic fields and electric fields directly, and that's what fields will do. Solar wind is the escaping atmosphere of the sun. It's the escaping corona. The corona is heated in a way that we don't understand yet, presumably magnetic fields, by energy that comes from below the photosphere, and it's heated to such a high temperature that it can escape the gravitational potential of the sun and become escaping wind, the stellar wind, the solar wind. Well, the design of the fields instrument is a new thing for solar wind physics. It kind of combines two previous styles of experimentation. There are two ways to measure electric fields in space. One is using a technique that's called a tunnel probe, and there's another technique which is measuring plasma waves or radio waves. And Fields for the first time brings these two techniques together. I think the very first data that we get will be revolutionary. At first blush, it'll just be a bunch of numbers as a function of time. But the science team will take those numbers and make visualizations in the form of spectrograms, and eventually those data will be related to models, and so we'll be able to compare directly 3D visual models of the coronal magnetic field. These measurements have never been made in the environment close to the sun. We've made measurements similar to this in the Earth's magnetosphere, Earth's ionosphere, but putting a package like this into the solar corona is just never been done. The closest anyone's ever been to the sun. And based on what we've seen so far from the spacecraft not quite as close, it's going to be striking and I think revolutionary.
And this is also from the Fields experiment as it crosses Venus's ionosphere.
This is fresh off the press, right?
Yeah. It's cool.
It's real. It's incredible.
Yeah. Well, hello, everyone. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and this is our 44th Global Star Party. This Star Party includes our special guest host, Cesar Brollo, who has invited some of his special comrades and colleagues and friends, as well as including regulars that you see on the Global Star Party. And we're so excited to be here with everyone. Stella Kafka is with us, Cameron Gillis, we got David Levy, of course, Cesar over there to the left, David Eicher from Astronomy Magazine, Libby and the Stars, our youngest presenter, John Johnson from the Nebraska Star Party, Carroll Orge from the Astronomical League, and Maxi Falieres, did I pronounce that correct?
Falieres.
Falieres, okay, all right.
Falieres.
Also, from Argentina, he's an astrophotographer. You'll learn more about him later. And right now also with us, although I'm not showing his video, is Adrian Bradley, who will be joining us. And we have others too that will be coming onto the program. But Cesar, I want to give you a little bit of an introduction. Cesar has been an enthusiast for optics for a very, very long time. He got into astronomy by fixing a telescope that he broke. That was one of his friend's telescopes, and so he polished him a new mirror, and since that time he's been involved in telescope optics and astronomy ever since. He is also currently involved in renovating a historic observatory complex in Argentina, which he'll talk more about in this program. Cesar, I want to tell you it's an honor to have you on the program. He set up this whole brand new broadcasting system so that he could do this, and it's working out just wonderful. And so, Cesar, thank you so much, and I'm going to turn it over to you and let you take it away.
Hi, good night, Scott, everyone. Yes, it's a pleasure for me really to be a co-host because it's a really a great honor, because the staff of the Global Search Party that you and your staff was made a great work since 44 search parties, global search parties ago. And for me, it was a pleasure being a participant, be a part of search parties. It's great for me today, an honor, of course, be a guest host. And yes, like you told me, has a lot of years working in optics and selling astronomical products and repairing actually the restoration of historical observatories is the way that where I was involved in the last time. You know that in the pandemic, when it was great because we didn't have a lot of stock of telescope in our companies to sell because we are awaiting more stock, and it's a great time to make another things in this time. And for me, it's a great experience to restore all telescope that have more than 100 years old. And really this telescope when they return to life again, it's amazing because you can obtain beautiful image, the beautiful of the equipment. When you discover the quality, when you remove the dust of the old optics, it's amazing. And it's something like okay, you know, it's something that is amazing.
Okay, so would you like to get started with introducing David Levy and
absolutely
the rest of our guests
yes.
here? Okay.
Yes, this is right. The thing that I say, okay. And now, for me, something that very short that I need to say about David Levy that I had the opportunity to say him today is that one of my favorite books is the Spanish or the Argentine edition is Observar el Cielo. I think that in English is Skywatch. Was one of my best books to recommend to the people. Is that today David told me that is from 1994. It's another thing more about the universe of David Levy. It's impossible to explain how big is the work of David Levy in astronomy and the support for the amateur astronomers. David Levy, okay, it's your turn.
Thank you so much, Cesar, and it's really a pleasure to be here. And I'm very glad to be here. I'm glad Stella is back with us tonight to announce that the AAVSO is now going to be organizing a soccer team. And maybe later a baseball team, and we're going to go into sports. Forget variable stars. We're going into athletics now. No,
I did not know. I was supposed to know about that. Hold on.
Well, well, thanks, Stella. Sorry about that. Anyway, I want to welcome all of you, and I'm glad to see you all here tonight. And speaking of the variable star soccer, last night I actually did an observation with a large photographic telescope of Tombaw's star TV Corvi that I will be reporting to you in the next day or so. The star was not visible. It hasn't been an outburst in some time, but I was able to get the field. And also I did 1.6 hours of visual comet hunting. The night before, I did 2 hours of visual comet hunting with this telescope. And so I'm really happy to be able to report that we've had some very fine weather lately. Anyway, I'm usually read a poem or something. Today, the poem is actually written by a very dear friend of mine, Peter Jedicke, and it's called The Supernova Song, and it needs to be sung. And the last time I sang something, I know that all of you on Zoom were throwing your computers out the window, shrieking at the top of your lungs. Please don't do that this time, unless you absolutely have to. Okay, here goes. The stars go nova one by one, kaboom, kaboom. Nucleosynthesis is done, kaboom, kaboom. Shells of gas are thrown through space, distributing matter all over the place, and the spiral arms are littered with debris. From the heavy elements are formed, kaboom, kaboom. And from the stellar cores are torn, kaboom, kaboom. The supernovas dissipate what fusion energy helped to create, and the stars go nova in our galaxy. As years go by, the remnants spread, kaboom, kaboom. But the universe is far from dead, kaboom, kaboom. To eliminate the tedium, the interstellar medium forms the molecules that make up you and me. Thank you very much. This is really dedicated to Stella and the variable star.
Yeah, they're genius.
Which might go supernova one day. Thank you so
Beautiful.
much.
Beautiful, really, really beautiful. It's so great. Listen,
I think that's your best one yet, David.
Absolutely.
Sounds like an observing song. Something you should sing to somebody who's trying to hunt for supernovae.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Sure. Well, we are going to David Eicher. I had I was lucky in one time ago start to talk about humor and music with David many years ago. For me, it was something like come on, the director of astronomy is writing by Facebook. It's for me, he's like a star. He's a great musician. He loved jazz music like my father, like me, blues music. He's a genius. And he managed to direct the best, a beautiful magazine of astronomy that is Astronomy. And it's a pleasure for me introduce and presenting to David Eicher.
Thank you very much, Cesar. It's a real pleasure and an honor for me to be here with you. And thanks for hosting tonight. And I don't know how I can possibly follow David. That was spectacular.
Yes. Well, try something, no problem.
This is a tough assignment, but I'm going to follow that great entertaining song, which I think I heard quite some time ago. I remember the first time I heard David sing that. It's a very memorable moment in my journey in astronomy. But I'm going to talk a little bit about the universe's fate tonight, where we're going. We're getting toward the end of these astrophysical subjects now. Of course, astronomy and astrophysics have always been filled with questions. Over the past generation, as I've been talking about, we've made a lot of progress in understanding the answers to some of these big questions. One of the oldest, undoubtedly, I would say, stretching back to the earliest human times, is what will become of everything? What's the fate of the universe? It's destiny. We're on a journey to the universe's destiny. The end, whatever it may be. Remember the words of George Carlin. If you haven't arrived, you're not there yet. So we're on a journey along with the universe to what's going to become of it. It's not an easy question to answer. However, what will happen to the universe ultimately is we look into the cosmos, of course, we're looking back in time. How to look forward in time in universal history is stupefyingly difficult, but it's something that cosmologists have worked on a lot in the last generation. To gauge the universe's future, astronomers want to know all about the possible cosmological parameters that exist. And of course, since the discovery of the evidence of the Big Bang in 1964 by Penzias and Wilson, we've had 3 really important cosmological satellites that have measured a lot of properties of the universe, the most recent one being the European Planck satellite. And now we know, we've already discussed, in fact, in the last few weeks here, that the universe it's about 93 billion light years across, at least. And if inflation theory is correct, which we think it probably is, the universe is infinite in size. So our murky understanding of the contents of the universe is really critically linked to its fate as well. Remember that Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared, tells us that energy and mass are interconvertible forms of the same thing. As far as we know, the cosmos, and this is from the most recent data from Planck, the cosmos consists of 69% dark energy, 26% dark matter, and 5% baryonic or normal matter, which makes up all the stuff we're familiar with as normal humans. Stars, planets, galaxies, cats, dogs, and trees included. Of course, the very discovery of dark energy in 1998 is closely linked to the fate of the universe. It tells us that not only is the universe expanding, but that universal expansion is accelerating over time. Critically, astronomers believe that dark energy is an intrinsic property of the universe. That is, they believe it doesn't vary in localities over space or over time. If this is so, it means that more and more dark energy will be created over time in a sort of a runaway process. And that means that gravity will not be able to overcome dark energy and somehow pull the universe back together. So we don't know for sure, but the odds are certainly very much with a long, cool, dark expansion. That means the universe will expand forever, cooling and eventually reaching a point of what cosmologists call heat death, when there is no more molecular motion at all. This is a little bit of a post-dinner pick-me-up talk here. I hope it's giving you a nice warm feeling. Moreover, this is a very special to any of our long-term descendants. So, Scott, you're in the telescope business at the right time.
Yeah.
And
but
of course,
it won't last.
I'm sorry.
It's not going to last.
Well, it's not going to last forever, but what's a couple of trillion years between friends?
I'll take it.
Yeah. And we've already talked, of course, about how on a local, really local scale, just to make you have real trouble sleeping tonight, we have about 1 billion years or so left on this planet, on Earth, before the oceans will boil off, and that will kind of ruin, the whole weekend. So, but that's a long time for things like us, of course. In the long future history of the universe, the remaining red dwarf stars will glow feebly from the bellies of distant galaxies, and any sentient beings still around will only be able to see their very local regions. Other scenarios do exist, but what cosmologists call the big freeze, or the heat death of the universe, is by far the most likely scenario. Now, just so you don't really have to panic, the so-called heat death, that is the final molecular motion in the panoramic movie of the universe, that's about 10 to the 100th power years away. That's a very long time, longer than those few trillion years that red dwarf stars can fuse, we believe. Strange properties of dark energy could change this scenario. We don't really absolutely know yet, but the evidence points to a universe ending in a cold, dark, lonely way, as opposed to its energetic beginning with a so-called bang. So that's kind of the dark and stormy weather forecast for the far future of the universe. But next week, I hope, or with our next Star Party, I'll have sort of my final, these are talks that I've sort of pulled out of this book that I did called The New Cosmos for Cambridge Press some years ago. The final one, I think, will be the next talk that I give. That'll be a little more upbeat about the meaning of it all, the meaning of life in the universe. And then Scott and I have a little bit of a surprise with a different direction of some things that I'll be doing for a while on the broadcast. So thank you very much. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, David. That song is spectacular again. Thank you so much, Cesar, for hosting and for being our main man tonight.
For me, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much by your explanation about dark energy. That is all people's ask all time about. When you say something that, yes, I like astronomy, tell me something about dark energy, or what? Come on. You explain very, very well.
There's a question from the audience.
Yes.
From Jeff Wise. He says, will dark energy get cold and darker?
Well, here's the real rub in all of this is we really don't know what dark energy is. It's the name, it's the euphemism given to a force that is pushing the acceleration of the expansion of the universe forward. So we really don't know what it is. If we can find out what it is, there are many, this is the central question, along with dark matter being worked on by cosmology groups around the world. That's a guaranteed Nobel Prize. I think if you can discover what really the nature of dark energy is, it is a force. Now remember, energy and mass are different things, and they interact in different ways. So for example, dark matter doesn't interact even though we believe it's probably subatomic particles, they don't interact in the same way that normal matter does, or with normal matter. So it's a very sticky question in terms of what the behavior of dark energy is. And in fact, if you talk to some of the discoverers, one of them being Alex Filipenko, who wrote the foreword, by the way, for this book, who's at Berkeley, he says such exotic things as, if the polarity of dark energy changes, it could affect the outcome of the universal expansion. So the short answer is we don't know. The answer to the question, and we'll certainly find out a lot more, I think, even in our lifetimes, about what it is. But it's a very mysterious force that we only understand the basics about right now.
Yeah,
excellent.
Yes, excellent. It's not something that people say, okay, is the dust dark dust clouds? No, it's a mathematic thing. It's something
that's right. Yeah.
Yes, it's part of an equation where you have, you need about to exist the dark matter to complete the equation of the universe.
That's right, and it's in to some degree in the same bucket. Dark energy and dark matter and black holes are more or less in the same bucket. We have indirect, very strong, extraordinarily widespread, enormous indirect evidence that these all exist, but we don't have a lot of direct evidence for any of these things yet. So, so the evidence, we know they're incontrovertible that these exist, but we don't know really about the nature of them entirely and how they behave. And that's sort of the next epoch to come of cosmology's journey, we hope, and we hope that's within our life. It would be fascinating to find out the big answers to these questions.
Yes, is amazing. It's incredible because they're really big questions. Well, thank you, David. I don't know if from the audience we have another more question.
No, not yet. But I'm sure the gears are turning out there. They're loving the variety of the program. They love David's song. They love that you're the special guest host. So let's just keep it going.
Okay.
So I do have one question. Trying to form it and make it quick because I know we'll have to move on to the next. But we talked about the big rip, David, in your presentation. The big crunch is another theory that's thrown out there. Is that losing popularity amongst, and I say popularity, probably the wrong word. Is it losing in, probability based on observation and the discovery of dark energy and how it better explains what's going on in the universe?
That's a really good question, Adrian. And the short answer is yes, it has lost a lot of steam and a lot of momentum. Now that goes back to big crunch that the universe, that gravity is significant for us, such that the universe will fall back on itself. Really goes back into its height of popularity to the so-called steady state theory when it was competing with the Big Bang. And Fred Hoyle and others were promoting this business of you could have repeated bangs and then gravity brings all this stuff back and you have another bang and it's another universe and so on, and it goes on and on and on. The evidence is pointing away from that, but we don't know in an absolute sense. And again, as Filipenko talks about, the nature of dark energy could affect something like that. But the evidence leans towards saying that gravity is not as significant a force as you would need to be able to have a big crunch. And from what we see, dark energy is added to the equation as the volumetric aspect of space increases and as time goes on, which would also work against that big crunch. But we don't know absolutely for sure. It's just the odds are leaning against that now. Good question.
Yeah. Yes, really.
Thank you.
Really amazing.
And there is something called the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument. Do you know much about that, David?
Well, and there are a lot of dark energy surveys. In fact, the 4-meter telescope at Kitt Peak and the Blanco telescope down south in Chile are both working very much on dark energy as well, doing surveys of many galaxies simultaneously in a huge area of sky. And spectra of them and seeing if there can be some effect noted of what dark energy is doing to recessional velocities. So there are surveys that are gearing up, some of them, and some of them that are active. And, both, as I say, both at Kitt Peak and Cerro Tololo, there's a lot going on already with them. And the hope is that those galaxy spectra will shed additional light on the nature of dark energy, especially over time, with surveys of many, many fields of those distant galaxies.
I love the way you constructed that last sentence out of clear blue, out of thin air.
Absolutely.
That's why you are an amazing writer, David.
Well,
yes.
Talking about dark energy and dark matter, we're on thin ice in terms of certainty here. That's the only problem. But there's a hell of a lot of research going on about it.
Yeah, that's cool. That's great. Okay. All right.
Thank you, David. It was an amazing explanation because it's so hard to understand, and you explain with a simplicity. Unfortunately, the English is not my first language, but I understood everything, and because it was very, very clear. Yes, you are a great writer. I know.
Thank you so much, Cesar.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Well, we are going to Maxi Falieres from Argentina, from my country. He's an example of amateur astronomer that started. I remember the day that he started to write me something about question about IPs and using a smartphone. I think that was 3 years or 4 years ago. I don't remember. And we started to talk about something of optics, how to improve much further the eyepiece, the pupil diameter or pupil exit of the telescope with the smartphone. He understood everything and started to make pictures, and their experience about to make especially nebulas, that is not easy to take pictures of nebulas with smartphones, and he do it. Okay. Hi Maxi, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? Desmuteate. You are muted.
Hi everyone. Thank you for inviting me tonight. I'm from Chivilcoy, Buenos Aires province, Argentina, almost 170 kilometers from Buenos Aires, from Cesar. So how Cesar told right now, I started 3 years ago I want to start to take pictures of the sky when I was a little boy. But 3 years ago, I started to practice with a smartphone that, let me say, I can took or hold the phone above the ocular or eyepiece. So I buy this grab to hold it. So I started to take pictures of the moon, for example. That's something maybe easy. But I was, whoa, the moon. But then I realized with my brother that we can take pictures of nebulas or deep space objects, because we are in summer that time. And the smartphone from that I buy a few months ago, I can take pictures of 30 seconds. So we talk about it, and he said, why not? We if we have a following mount to that object and start to maybe 2 and 5 seconds of pictures, and we start to take it to M42 or the Orion Nebula, and we couldn't believe what we saw in a smartphone right there. So that gave me encourage to continue. Then I spoke to Cesar when only in that time from internet, and I asked him a few questions about the oculars or the eyepiece. So then I continuing, I changed the mount. ¿Cómo se dice? I realized that I have to take more pictures and more time of exposure, so I can give more information to that piece. If you let me, I can show you some works that I did. Let me.
Yes, share your screen. Yes.
So this is a lot of my work. This is the example of what I did with a Maxi telescope, that the focal length is very large, but with the 25 eyepiece, I hold the phone. So with the mount very en puesta de estación, César.
Yes,
Como
yeah, you're putting in polar
station.
alignment. Yes,
Polar,
polar alignment, or if it's a go-to, is a go-to alignment. Yes.
And you can see this very.
Maximiliano, sorry to interrupt. I
Yes.
think you're not sharing the screen. We see
Yes,
we see
you
thumbnails.
need to choose the viewer, the photo viewer, because we are watching. I don't know if okay. Actually, we are only see the thumbnails.
Okay.
Okay, yes, you can choose the photo viewer where you can, and then we can see your complete. Yes.
Let me see.
Not the double click. If not, yes. Don't worry. Everyone
I started a few
one time.
But sorry.
Yeah, these are definitely impressive, and the fact that you're getting them with a cell phone. I'll go ahead and finish your presentation, but I am very impressed with your persistence in getting these images, and they are turning out really well.
Thank you, camera. I don't know how to do
You
this.
have the option in Zoom to choose this the Windows option for
right.
Yes. It's like the photo viewer. It's like
there?
another. Or make double click again.
I think he just has to click on a photo and then it'll expand.
Right
Try
there?
again if
Oh.
no, it's not the. We have to choose. You have to choose the. Tenés para elegir. Sorry, that is a little thing in Spanish. Tenés para elegir las opciones que Windows te pone para compartir pantalla y tenés que buscar el visor de fotos de Windows o el que estés usando para ver las fotos. Que lo tenés que hacer doble clic nada más, porque en el share, yes, do you have in the share screen, do you have the option?
No lo comparte, vos sabés que no. It doesn't share it.
Yes, do you have the option?
So we are seeing the photos.
The photos, okay.
No, maybe.
Yeah, I'm seeing. I was seeing the photos, and now I just see something covering them. But yeah, I'm seeing.
Okay, yes, you win.
Now we see
okay.
Okay.
We have the technology. All right.
Yes, we had the same problem with me, with everyone. Yes, you are not the first to have the same problem. Yes.
Great.
Nor will you be the last.
No. You're not the first. You are the last. Yes.
Let me chime in. When we are at real star parties, it is not uncommon for those with the gear to struggle, hold flashlights up to an hour trying to figure out how things are going, and meanwhile the sky is just rolling along and you're frustrated. So this is like a real star party. It happens all the time.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's not like a real star party. It is a real star party.
Yes, it's a real star party.
You got that's right, Scott. This is a real virtual, but still real.
But real.
All right, carry on.
Right. That's why
we are humans, no rabbits.
That's right.
That's right.
Nice.
All right, carry on.
Thank you. Okay, just like I said, this is the Maxi telescope that I use, and I have the cell phone grabbed to the 25 eyepiece and my smartphone. This is a Huawei P10 Plus. And I can take, in this case, pictures about 30 seconds, like I said, and in RAW format. That is amazing. So the image has a lot of information. So this is an example of what I could take with this case.
Wow.
No.
Beautiful.
Yeah. This is why I invited to Maxi. Yeah. Because
is that a single
people
shot,
who
or is
died to get a great shot like that with a very nice camera, not just a.
No, it's not the reflex camera. Yes.
Yeah, for those that are all watching, what they are seeing is they're seeing a minimal setup that isn't as expensive and is getting them images.
Exactly. Sorry,
a great
Scott,
place to start.
From the commercial type of things, that for this thing you can, with a little less of money, take pictures and do astronomy everywhere you are.
I love it.
Absolutely.
I love it because this gets
Fantastic.
I love it too.
interested in astronomy, so that's, if they can start with a smartphone,
Exactly.
a very inexpensive telescope, and I'm talking about a very inexpensive one, and get shots like that, okay, they'll stay in astronomy all their lives. I mean, that is fantastic.
And this is to give courage to other one to do. You can do this, and you can progress about it, and that's what I'm throwing right now. I am with a DSLR camera, guiding with a big f4 telescope Newtonian. But in the beginning, for me, this was the blow mind, okay? And then I can do this with the same thing.
Wow.
This is the Dumble Nebula, the planetary.
Incredible.
With in my backyard here in Chivilcoy, with a UHC filter only, and taking about 30 minutes of pictures.
We're starting to get some questions here, and I should probably read some of them.
Yes.
Maxi, are you using the native phone app, or are you using Nightcap?
Well, I started with the native app of my phone, but then I found an app called Deep Sky Camera that I think is in beta version right now, but helps a lot to do more pictures and do because the phone doesn't have an intervalometer, so I was through very cold nights with a selfie stick clicking every time I heard the picture. So I was to be there, but with this app helped me to do for 200, 300 pictures of 30 seconds and start to take. Yes, and in raw format. O sea,
yes.
And helps to do more in the ¿cómo se dice? The setting up.
Yes, the setting up. Yeah.
So that's a very good app, and for now I think it's free version, and it says how long time can your phone take pictures and what format. For example, my brother has a Huawei 8 Mate, but he can take 8-second pictures, and I can take 30 seconds. And that's a lot.
Okay.
But
okay.
And what is the name of the app again?
Deep Sky Camera.
Deep Sky Camera. Okay.
Okay. Well, this is doing with the telescope. Okay, but I can do it with the same app that I did, and I think Scott, you will like this photo.
Mm-hmm.
This I was taken last year in July in the outside of my city with the same
cell phone, the same smartphone.
Yes,
without telescope. Yes.
Wow.
Exactly. I take maybe 30 minutes or 30 seconds at 1006 ISO. But you can see here is Jupiter, Ophiuchi, Laguna, and
yes, it's the center of Milky Way. It's amazing.
Here one, and another galaxy here with the same telescope, the Sculptor Galaxy.
Yeah,
the smartphone image.
With a smartphone, yes.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
did also
Fantastic.
some planetary nebulas, small, but depends of the objects and the magnitude. I choose this that goes very good with the photo.
Yes. Do you have a planetarium picture that are incredible too?
Yes, I do with the phone 2 types of photos. This was DSO, or deep sky objects, and planetary objects. You can do it too. I remember a Sunday, I woke up and I talked with friends from Astronomy Club, and I said, if you can do pictures of Jupiter, Saturn with a webcam, why you can do it with a smartphone or a cell phone? So I grabbed my cell phone, an old cell phone, and I want to show you what I did. This is the cell phone, the SARM, and I removed the camera. So remove the lens of the camera.
Wow. Let's just tear it apart, right?
And you can see the sensor.
Yes.
Okay. So when I put all again, I see this, and I really, I broke it, but no. So I put it on, well, I did this with a silicone holder, and with this is for the youngest, the oldest.
The oldest, yes.
The
case,
camera,
a film camera film case.
Yes.
Come on.
It's fixed very well in the eyepiece. So I put it in the Maxi, and this is where to get focus. And this is ¿cómo se dice? Una hoja, a plant in autumn. And you can see the wall, trees. Okay, so the night comes and I have to try it. Here's Jupiter.
Wow.
And here's what I see.
That's big image scale.
So I start to, in this case, do recording videos to get
with
frames
the same that we make with a planetary camera. Yes,
exactly. So this is what I do with the Maxi.
Oh, fantastic! That's
I think there's some jealous people here. This is really good.
No, yes. I don't sell more planetarium cameras, Scott.
One of the people in the audience tonight is Mike Wiesner. And Mike Wiesner is very big on smartphone astrophotography. And I think he's duly impressed. So,
it's an honor to me to hear that.
Yes.
So then of these results, I buy another Huawei P10 Plus that the camera was broken. It can go focus. So I did the same thing with the sun. Okay, this is obviously with a other filter, but here's the spot of the sun.
Incredible.
That's very very impressive.
Do you have a new one with some prominence, solar prominence? I don't remember.
No, I did that.
Some measure of how many hertz. Okay. Sorry, that was another thing very interesting. But like a comparing, yeah. No, but this is the solar filter jet that
The
Come
color
on, that they send you. Yeah,
is
I can believe. Yes, the
yes,
same.
yes,
Yes,
that was
the
yes,
same.
was that. Yes,
I am guilty about this. Yeah.
So I think now
we're
does
really
a question I have, will Samsung still cover the warranty if you tear the lens out of the camera?
No, I did that with all the
Does
stuff.
that fall under the same thing as like water damage or something like that? I don't know.
No.
We don't know if Maxi really broke this form or was only an accident. I think that maybe you oh, I'm sorry, it's broken.
And your phone wasn't hooked to the internet. This is not a Hubble Space Telescope image, right?
No,
I mean,
no.
This is
real.
Okay.
I can show you a lot of gigabytes that I recorded.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
The last
Thank
year,
you.
Yeah.
with
So should we give a disclaimer that iPhone users are still as yet out in the cold because we can't do this just yet?
Yes.
Don't know.
I don't know.
That's great, but you could buy a very inexpensive smartphone and or get a used one and tear it apart.
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
Right?
The last year, I buy another Huawei P10 Plus that the camera was broken, and how I can record in 4K format. Then I can compress a little bit, and I started to do the rotation with Shoopos and other programs. I changed in this case the telescope. I use a f5 telescope, but when I see these storms and details, my mind was blow up.
Oh my God! Absolutely.
And you maybe this is not the wow picture, but you can still do it astronomy, and I'm still recording every year of Saturn.
The changing of the rings. Thank you. Yeah.
Exactly about this orbit. Okay, and you can see in 2018 the little shadow and the ring, but don't see the planet. In this case, you can see the shadow, the ring decreased, but you can see the planet. Last year changed it. You can see the planet, and the ring was you can see
the planet. Yeah,
exactly. And this year it goes a lot. Well, this was the 2nd of July eclipse. From here, I had the opportunity to see here in my city, but you can see the clouds. I was with my family, my brother Christian, my dad, my mom, and friends.
Yes,
and
where was not total eclipse, because in Chivilcoy you had a little.
No, it was totally, but the clouds. I remember.
Yes, the other one. Yes, where San Juan was taught. Yes. Not this last year, if not the.
No,
yes, the first one. Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent, Max.
This is by pressure.
Well, that's still a great capture. You caught it just as it was coming out of the clouds. You were able to get something.
And the diamond ring effect. That's awesome.
Risky picture. That's good.
I remember to see this black hole above. You can see the trees. It was above the horizon, and the clouds above of me, and was surrealistic. That was amazing. That's an exploration. And this is to the last year I did with Mars. A few months continuing and doing with the cell phone.
Oh, that's nice progression.
Yes, with the year we passing by with our orbits to the opposition, to the most closest point, and the details of Mars. I remember was when I was a kid in 2003 in August. the news was saying, yes, Mars is going to be very big, and I ran out with my telescope. That's
Excellent.
But well,
Excellent.
Very inspiring.
Very inspiring, really, really, Maxi. Every time that Maxi put something, posting something in Facebook, the people say, "Wow, Maxi is amazing!" And I know that when Maxi started, people say, "No, astrophotography is very serious business. You need a reflex camera, blah blah blah, big telescope." And I say him, "Come on, Maxi, try it. We have a cell phone. Please tell me how, because I never tried with cell phone." And it's a really a great encouraging people to another people. Well, thank you, Maxi.
Yeah.
Well, let me show you my Instagram if you want to follow me. This is my last work.
Yeah, I'd like to follow you. So
yeah,
I was looking for your screen name so I could put it in. Those are beautiful pictures.
Thank you a lot. This is a personal Instagram, but I do a lot of astronomy and astrophotography. And I want to thank you, Cesar. I want to thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you to you. Yeah,
you're welcome on the show anytime. So I'll get with Cesar, and we will get your email address and get you on the Global Party group. Okay.
I'm glad.
Yeah. There's nice comments. Lots of
sorry
nice comments.
If my English it wasn't.
Oh no problem. No problem. I can't even really speak English that well, so don't worry.
Yeah.
And we are the Global Star Party. So this is we have people that speak all kinds of languages, and
the astronomy haven't.
You're doing a good job. Thank you. Thank you.
We have the same sky, and thank you again. And I want to say, bueno, muchas gracias a todos.
Okay, thank you. Muchas gracias, Maxi.
Gracias, Cesar. Un abrazo.
Yeah. Our audience.
I found you.
No problems.
I found you on Instagram, Maxi. So you just got a bunch more likes.
Oh, thank you, Adrian.
Well, we are going to Eric Gonzalez. Eric Gonzalez is a professional astronomer here in Argentina. Actually, by the lockdown, the pandemic, I don't know when he returned to the mountain, to the observatory, but actually I say, because everywhere is the same, work in the CESC observatory in the complex Felix Aguilar astronomical complex. Tell me if it's okay, Eric. The name of the astronomical complex is Felix Aguilar, or the observatory is Felix Aguilar, or the CESC is only the.
Well, we have a marketing problem there. Yeah.
Okay. So, yes.
Because, of course, yes, the name is correct. I work at Observatorio Astronomico Felix Aguilar Astronomical Observatory, and we have CESCO Station, that is the one part of the observatory that we have in the mountains, not in the Andes Mountains range, but in front of it, in what we call the Precordillera, a smaller range of mountains just in front of it. Well, first of all, a couple of words for Maxi. As we say in Spanish, no podés, guacho. You can't put those pictures, man.
Yes. Yes, it don't have a pronunciation because it's not a explicit word. If not, it's something like how do you say? It's a slang. Yeah.
It calls for
something to say that is very great. Yes.
Oh, it's freaking awesome.
Eric Gonzalez. Well, you are the one of the astronomers working in investigation with a very particular telescope that do use, not?
Oh yes, I do research with a small telescope. We call it OAFAS for Observatory Astronomical Felix Aguilar. Double astrograph was formerly known as Yale double astrograph from University of Yale and Columbia. That they installed it in the 1960s on the Andes Mountains. But well, we started working with Yale Observatory and Columbia in the late 70s and 80s. I wasn't born, but I say we because my observatory took part of it. And as late as 2016, just a few years ago, they donated the telescope when the campaign ended. Of course, I'm in love with that instrument, but looking at Maxi's photographs now, I'm thinking of leaving professional astronomy and start a baking company or make choripans, maybe sandwiches, because let me share some picture here. Let me open it. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, let's
share your screen. Today I tried to explain that you are the director of the barbecue in our star parties.
Oh yeah, that will be a much more profitable career right now, because if you look at the screen now, you see a not so beautiful picture of NGC 253, Sculptor Galaxy. Is it? Can you see it?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we can see it. And now we can't.
I don't know if
maybe the connection.
Yes, if the connection was lost.
Maybe
because I see his number, but I don't have, maybe lost the connection for video or something.
He could log back on. It should not be a problem.
Yes, we can if we can change the schedule, no problem, of course.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and pick up?
I send you WhatsApp,
and then we'll get back to
Levy.
Yep, Libby and the stars.
Libby are ready.
Yes.
Thank you.
Libby was born ready.
Yeah. Yes. You say something real, Adrian. Yes. She's a genius, really. Today you ask about, you have a presentation and tell us about the M51 galaxy. Libby, can you hear me? Hi.
Okay, my volume's turned up now. It's a little bit low, and some cars just went by my house very loudly.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you too. Tell me, do you have a presentation about M51 galaxy?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and share that. Okay, I have it here. I'm going to go ahead and present it. So Messier 51. I pronounce Messier as Messier, so I know there's a lot of different ways to say Messier. I know there's Messier or something, but I'm just going to say Messier because I know there's a lot of different ways to say it. So
I've always said Messier.
Messier 58. So basically, it is also known as the Whirlpool galaxy because, as you can see in the pictures, it looks like a whirlpool galaxy. If you ever seen a whirlpool in a lake or the ocean, maybe, or even a pool, or even a hot tub running, of water. I found this really cool. I actually have a list of the catalog, the Messier catalog, which was made by Charles Messier back in the 17th, almost 18th century, which is a list of all the great things to observe in the northern hemisphere, all the galaxies and nebulas to observe. And so this is the 51st on the list. So is now known as Messier 51. So it is known as a whirlpool galaxy because it looks like a whirlpool. And I've actually have a list by when I first joined the Astronomical League, I got a list of the Messier objects, and I'm making that my goal in the next 5 years to observe almost all of them and keep record of them. So this is definitely one of my lists. And it is located 31 million light years from Earth and the constellation near the constellation things to see. When I looked at the picture of the sky, it didn't look really part of it and just looked very near to it in between Ursa Major. And so the appearance of it. So you can see it has two little arms sticking out on the side. And if you think about the gravity of it, I've always been taught there's like a gravitational blanket, and basically all the stuff, all the heavier stuff goes in the middle, kind of like a solar system a little bit. So it looks a little bit like a whirlpool, and that's the way it goes. And so you can see the two arms reaching out here, and this little arm over here is where a lot of stars are born. It's a very popular place in the full nebula for all the stars to be born. So basically inside the nebula, well, not the nebula, the galaxy, it's a lot of nebulas and galaxies here. There are a lot of solar systems in each and every galaxy. I think galaxies are an amazing thing to observe because there's nebulas near to it and stuff like that. There's also solar systems inside, and stars make up this. So when you look inside a galaxy, you're seeing a bunch of stars, and you're seeing a bunch of Magellanic, that's what I call it, I don't really know how to pronounce it, clouds around it, and that's what makes it up, basically. So as I was saying, a lot of stars are born over here. This is not a very high quality photo, the other one was. But you can see down here, it is a lot more brighter because there are more stars born down there in the middle of it. Also, NGC 5195 is located very close to it too. So when you look at it in the sky, it'll be in the northern hemisphere because it is on the Messier list. So it is, since it is on the Messier list, it is in the northern hemisphere of the sky. So when you look at a star map for the northern hemisphere, basically Ursa Major is very close to it too, and so is Canes Venus. So NGC 5195 is close to it too, so it's kind of in that area. And I think that I think my next presentation, when I was doing this slide, I was like, I've got to do a presentation. I know we all love observing the night sky, and we all love the stars, but we got to know how all our stars were discovered in the sky and who discovered the stars in our sky. And that was the list of Messier objects. And I was like, okay, the next presentation I do is going to be a huge presentation about Messier objects. So I think that's very cool because it was discovered while it was being put into the list of Messier objects. It was discovered in 1773, so that's a long, long time ago. So think how long ago that was. And there was technology out there to find it. That early on, there was technology out there to find it. Find it in the sky and stuff like that long ago. And so I hope to observe this in the next 5 years because I remember when I joined Astronomical League, they gave me a booklet about Messier objects, and I didn't really know a lot about what Messier objects was. I was like, what is this? Like, what is this? So I read the full little book about it, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I'm like, I'm gonna make a goal to observe every single Messier object from 2 to 100 in the next 5 years, or at least get to 100 on my list. And hopefully I get to it soon. I'm gonna start my list once coronavirus is over, so hopefully I can share it with some of my friends who like to go camping and be able to share this. And hopefully once all this mess is over, we'll be able to have a really huge star party, the biggest star party ever recorded, all together. The people on this call, all together, the biggest star party ever after quarantine. And we can all observe Messier 51. So that's what I have for today. Next time I have my list that I'm still sticking to a lot, but I decided I'm gonna break free for once, and I'm gonna do the Messier list created by Charles Messier, the Messier catalog, and hopefully get over that some next talk.
Wonderful.
Wonderful, really.
Very well done.
Well
Nice.
done, really, Libby. You're a genius. Come on.
Thank you.
Yes. 11 years old. Come on. The kids at your age. Today, I many times I watch that. I recommend the lecturer, professor of physics, astrophysics, Daniel. Who's the last name of Daniel? That today he made a presentation, Scott. For
Daniel Barth. Yeah.
Also,
yes. It is, of course, that actually the Levy, she teach us about his presentation are amazing. But normally for maybe Levy, that the question that your classmates make to you about I don't know, about galaxies. Maybe if who is the typical things that you need to explain more to your classmates?
I think I'm actually trying to move to a new school, and they actually have astronomy classes there coming soon. So I'm very excited about that, because my whole entire life in school, I've just been in like a normal school, and all they teach you in school, all you have to know to get an A in planetary science is you gotta know that there's 7 planets in the solar system, and then a moon orbits us. That's all you have to know in school for all I've learned over the years. And I thought that just needed to be a lot more expanded in schools, and definitely a lot more taught in schools. And I think that a lot of NASA history too should be taught, because I think a lot of NASA history inspired me, the Apollo astronauts and first people out in space, and the space race all the way back then, and all that historical stuff, because they don't teach you a lot about that in school. All they tell you is 3 people visited the moon in 1969. There are 7 planets in the solar system, and you got an A+ in that. So I definitely think it needs to be a little bit more challenged, and more like black holes and nebulas need to be taught. And definitely my
absolutely goal. Yes, it's outside the program in at 11 years old, maybe, because you are thinking in black holes or dark matter, and yes, it's normal everywhere for the primary school is.
I think Stella's wanting to say something. Yeah, Stella, go ahead.
I'd love to say something. So I've been watching and listening to Libby for the last, Scott, remind me, 4 or 5 kind of episodes. And I have to tell you that she is hands down one of the young leaders of her generation.
I would agree.
She is smart,
yes, I agree too.
And
yes.
She's savvy, and no matter what she decides to do in the future in terms of professional career, astronomy or non-astronomy, she's already a leader and a winner. So I am very grateful that she's spending her time and her energy with us tonight and every Tuesday, because honestly, I am really enjoying her. I hope that more young women follow Libby's example.
Yes.
And also more of us encourage young women like Libby to be at the forefront of discussion, discovery, and pretty much everything when it comes to astronomy. So honestly, Libby, I wish I was as smart and savvy as you are at your age. But you know something, I'm very, very grateful to know you. And I am looking forward to seeing your evolution in time. I mean, you know something, you guys, this is how leaders are being born. This is how they develop. And opportunities like this one are key to make them shine.
Yes, yes, it's
But,
right.
if I was gonna like take over like astronomy in schools, I would, at least for my grade, being in 5th grade, at least by the end of the year, have the small concept of what a nebula is. At least that is all I'm asking for schools to teach children, because I think that I had to study a lot by myself and push myself to the limit to be able to understand like black holes and stuff, because my school wasn't teaching this. And I know we do have a lot of science class, and it's more plant related, or we would do these huge activities on growing plants. And I'm like, okay, I know how a plant grows. Let's get on to supernovas and nebulas. And I think that's very important to teach people, because a lot of people think that it's all fake, and people always see it in TV or cartoons and all those movies, and they're like, oh, it's all fake. It's just us. We're all just, the Milky Way is all there is to space, but there's so much more. There's
Libby.
Absolutely. And you know something, I'm going to share a personal story with you. The first time I had lots of physics and math and biology and chemistry classes when I was in high school and middle school, high school. Of course, I grew up in Greece, so it's a different system, but I had one astronomy class when I was in 11th grade in the US system, right? And I remember I was the only person in my class paying attention to the class, because everybody else was thinking that it's just an easy class, just have fun. And I remember asking my professor, who was a physicist, one question once. I asked him, what was the composition of Saturn's rings? And he said, I do not know. And that hurt at a very deep level, because I grew up in a big city. I had never seen Saturn through a telescope up to that point. And I was like, you know something, I'm going to find out, because there's no way you can't know. There's no way, this information doesn't exist. So for me, it was a matter of curiosity and stubbornness. But what I see in you is also promise, and also this kind of innate explorer curiosity that made the first people who did the first things shine. So keep at it, girl. And if you ever think that any of us can be of help of you, reach out.
I really want to find a lot of girls my age into astronomy all over the world. I mean, meeting Deepti was like, oh my gosh, there's someone in my age gap who loves to do astronomy and who's interested in astronomy. And I know Deepti sits 5 years apart from me, but I'm like, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Because it's like, I went to space camp, and last year I got to go to space camp, and I get a chance to go again this year. And just seeing kids my age who wanted to talk about astronomy and all this, like all about nebulas and M51 I was talking about, and galaxies and exploring the universe and telescopes was just amazing, because you don't get that every day where I live. It's just all you hear is all this random stuff. And I wanted to talk astronomy. I'm like, I want to form a pack of people my age who are into astronomy and start that, because I definitely think our generation needs a wake up call on astronomy, because right now they're sending people up into space as hotels and people aren't realizing that. And I think that it needs to be greater realize that, and I think more people need to appreciate what NASA's doing to do all this cool space experiment stuff, and definitely the people who are doing all the observing it through telescopes and sharing that too, and all the outreach, because I think that's what inspires people. And I think a lot of my age gap that is not interested in that, and they don't see that a lot because school is not teaching them that. All they're being taught is like, oh, here's a plant, photosynthesis, and you graduate science for your whole entire life.
Great.
You know something? You're making a difference, and we will all be there to support you. So back to Cesar. Thank you, Libby, for everything.
Thank you, Stella, by the words, and thank you, Libby, by your presentation and your words too. It's a honor have a great girl, but it's a great girl. She's you're a genius, and really it's a great honor support here. Your work is amazing, really.
Right.
And
may the force be with y'all.
we are returning to Eric Gonzalez. And well, Eric, you are show us a picture of a galaxy in your work, in your astronomical facilities in the CESCO, in the Felix Aguilar Observatory.
Well, yes. First, I was amazed with Maxi's pictures, and now I'm a little bit jealous of Libby. I want to go to space camp. So, well, Libby, really, you're awesome. You're gonna make friends wherever you go, and if you can come here to Argentina, the doors are always open for you. So what I'm going to do now is do a bit of some of promotion of my working place. Yeah. Because Stella, you may find this instrument interesting. Let me share the picture here. Don't know if you can see it. Do you see a big tube with a couple lenses in there?
Yes, we can see. Yes.
Oh, awesome. Well, they paid me for playing with that. So that is the Yale's double astrograph. Those are 2 half-a-meter lengths. The CCDs that go with those telescopes are a lot older and a lot more primitive than Maxi's cell phone cameras. But we are using them now to do a survey for variable stars, and well, also asteroid transits, look for asteroids and comets and whatever we can catch in the frames, because we have those have a 5 by 5 degree field of view. If you can use the whole frame, the whole field of view of the lenses. With the CCDs that we have now is just 1 degree by 1 degree, just that.
What's the size of the CCD? Because I know that it's really different. Is it that old technology, but the size is incredible?
Well, yes, about 2 hands, one the side of the other.
This is impressive.
Yes, the brand is Pixel Vision. The brand does not exist anymore. They are 4096 by 4096 pixels, 15 micron pixels of size, square. Yes, they're really big and massive. we cool them with an air compressor that is broken right now. So the last few months and almost all the pandemic, we have been sitting in our hands, as we say here. Well, anyway, we have a couple of terabytes of data from 2017 and 2018 to analyze. So, well, we have some work to do with that. But once it's working again, we will be searching for AEB variable stars. I have taken an interest in those stars from talks with Jaime Garcia. Don't know if you know it. Small guy, long beard, funny guy. Well, thing is, I'm gonna share a little bit of inside story from this telescope and from the script of my presentation here. This telescope was installed by Yale University, and they put, if you see the picture, two smaller auxiliary telescopes there, and in the main train, the optical train of this telescope, these big one telescopes, we have another two CCDs, two small and really old SBICs for focus. Okay, they installed some prisms in there and made some measures. And when you see an image of a star multiplied by 4, and you put them as close as they can, the 4 of them, and you have the telescope in focus. Right, that is awesome. Really easy to do from the computer, and well, it turns out it didn't work well. That system was failing from 5 to 6 years ago, a lot before. I'm working on this telescope from 3 years ago, from 4 years now, 1917, and it wasn't working well. So we thought that we had this telescope in focus, and it was a little bit out of focus. Most of the measurement of seeing in this observatory came from these telescopes, from data from this telescope. So we thought that we have a fairly good sky with 1.7 to 2.0 arc seconds of sync disk. And once another telescope that is Master, a Russian telescope, that will show you a picture here, that little scope. They started taking images from the sky and started measuring 1.0, 0.7, 1.4 arc seconds sky sync. That is an amazing quality of sky there. And well, it turns out that one of the CCD cameras that we used to focus broke down, so start focusing manually, and yes, they were right. We have been using the telescope out of focus for the last 8 to 7 years, more or less. Small side story about this telescope that you are looking at now. Do you remember in 1917 the gravitational waves that LIGO detected, and then Fermi in orbit? So I don't remember if a few seconds later the gamma ray burst. Well, this telescope that Russians have in our observatory it was placed for precisely for that, to look at the optical counterpart of the gamma ray burst. And this was by half a second, the first one in detecting the optical counterpart. After that, another 70 telescopes around the world. But well, that took part of the most observed event in astronomy so far. Well, so what I'm going to show you here is mostly my playground. The thing is that this telescope once you give it a script for the night, so goes from region to region, taking exposures, you can leave it working by itself. So what I do is take the camera or use and piggyback it in the telescope like this, or put you see a 12-inch telescope, piggyback it in the main tube here, and use it for astrophotography. So what most people hear that you have excellent astrophotographers here do is approach astronomy from this amateur side of astronomy first.
Yes.
Well, I studied astrophysics in the university first and became an amateur later. In fact, Cesar has been at my side most of the process. So I really learned a lot from him. For example, well, that is a subtle laser ranges, subtle range of laser telescope that we have there. Living in the future is awesome. We fire a laser from this small canyon here at the side. With that 60-centimeter telescope, we capture the light pulse as it returns, measure the time that it takes to go up and down, and we determine the position of the satellite and the station at the telescope with less than 15 millimeters error from the measure respecting the center of the Earth. So this is a really powerful geodesic tool. You can measure drift, continental drift, land tides, and such with that. And that is the main work that we do in this observatory. Actually, I'm about to change fields to that because of this. That it's going to be the largest radio telescope in South America, 40-meter dish, China-Argentina radio telescope. And they are installing it right beside my office there in Sesco Station, at the side of the double astrograph. So we are going to have access to this instrument, hopefully very soon. Well, and what we do when we are not working on that is, as I said, a bit of astrophotography. And this work has allowed me to really enjoy this hobby. That picture of the solar eclipse of July the 2nd and 2019 was taken with, let me see, look at the, where is it? Here it is. Scott, don't hit me.
Yes, you can see this. You can see that. Yes. Okay. Yes, please show. I'll send you this picture to Sherry, because Sherry, yes, the Exus 100. I say to Eric, okay, don't put a lot of weight, Eric, but maybe he understands the last part. A lot of weight. How many kilos? No, yes, and work. Yes.
How much? It looks like it looks like you took a wildlife camera and adapted it for the sun.
Yes, this objective is one, maybe exists one or two in the world. This Nikon objective is magic.
Well, Nikon.
Eric, we can change cameras.
No, okay, it's okay. I like to play with this toy. As Cesar said, this lens is unique because, well, Nikon manufactured a couple thousands of this, but we have two prototypes. We have two prototypes from this lens. One of those was brought to Argentina by Max Planck Institute to take pictures of Halley comet in the 1995. And the other one was sold to a German filmmaker that modified the camera, adapted to 50-millimeter film, and sold it to Stanley Kubrick. shot some scenes of Barry Lyndon with this lens, with the sister lens, and I got to play with it. I found it in the museum of the observatory, and asked, "Hey, can I use it?" "No, it's obsolete," they told me. And next thing, I got a Nikon camera borrowed from a friend. Tried it on, and it works. So later, I bought the best and most the cheapest Nikon I could buy. And there it is. I use it to photograph solar eclipses.
Wow, wonderful.
Yeah. I get to play with these toys. I really didn't expect that when I got into astronomy. I thought that I was going to do research in who knows what. I was in love with star formation, and now I'm doing more outreach and astrophotography than research. So I use these lenses mounted on the piggybacked on the double astrograph. And when we get to point to an interesting area, I put the camera, and it's like, let me get the photograph.
But it's something that is amazing, that your place for a piggyback is a professional instrument, really.
Oh yeah, like that one.
Yeah.
The guiding is good. Actually, the guiding is incredibly good, the guiding and tracking of the telescope.
And a professional sky with a very very low. Yes. Something that is not regular, that the astronomers professional make a piggyback with their another telescopes or cameras over a professional instruments. Really, you change the things in this observatory. Yes, maybe they don't understand and say, okay.
I may have to come down and just do a personal inspection just to make sure it's working okay.
Well, we have some space
that's awesome.
To come to sleep, and we have a barbecue place. So
good, very good.
Yes, Eric is a great supporter of our star parties in Mendoza. Every year he present a very interesting work of the last year. Of course, he invented. He's the creator of the barbecue at 4 a.m. Please, anybody of
4 a.m. barbecues
came people that like to come to our star party. Yes, don't forget, before the observation and the astrophotography at 4 a.m. we have the barbecue, special barbecue. Yes.
Remember
the Astronomical League calls that a starbecue.
Starbecue, yes.
Barbecue, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
What happened is that I started doing some sausages, chorizos, we call them.
Yes. It's easy. Yes.
The wind carried the smell of the sausages right through the area where the telescope were. And suddenly I have a line of 15 to 20 or 25 people waiting for a chorizo, for a choripan, and the telescopes go take care of themselves.
That's great.
The observing platform went completely deserted, and we're really hungry. Jaime Garcia hosts that star party, and he does a great job organizing it, and there's always great food, great music. But we have this gap from early dinner to the breakfast that we had to fill it with something, and there is nothing best in the world than a really great chorizo at 4 a.m. So now
we call it choripanes. Yes. Thank you, Eric. It was a great presentation of your work. Of course, that if Libby one time you came from Argentina, you can be invited to this professional observatory, because Eric there is a great worker, an astronomer professional, and take this that this is real. We can make all arrangements to that you can visit these professional observatories.
Oh, you can count on it.
Yes,
you can
all of
count
one.
on,
Of course that it is for Libby and for everyone here, of course.
Yeah, Cameron and I want to come too. we want to go to the southern. You know, it's one of my goals to image in the southern hemisphere. I don't care if I have a grainy, noise-filled image of an upside-down Milky Way. I would at least have that, and I would just start from there. That and the Southern Cross are my only two goals to start with, and then after that, depending on how much more time I would have.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what the world events hold.
Definitely.
And see if we can. Hopefully, we can travel again soon. Maybe within a year.
I have to tell you, the Southern Hemisphere is magic. I mean, even when there's no full moon, you can read the headlines of a newspaper under the light of the Milky Way galaxy. It's
wow.
I know it's overwhelming, and at some point, it's very soul searching. Sorry, my puppy has a different.
That's okay. So I hear there are some places. There are some places in America where that is supposed to also be the case. I'm going to one in October. There's the western part of the state, kind of where you off Arizona. This is Oklahoma and Texas, the border there. They're supposed to be some really dark skies. So I'm going to put that. I'm going to take something and put it to the test out there as well. I'm going to have to do more images of the Big and Little Dipper because the North Pole stars get no love. The Southern stars get a lot of. There's a lot of love.
Oh yes.
You know,
I
places that. Yeah, I'll have to do something on the forgotten Northern Pole stars, and do that. But no, it is still absolutely my goal to see that, Stella, to read under the lights of the southern Milky Way.
Try that.
Nice.
I'm hoping to do that.
It's really going to be a life-changing experience, and also it's wonderful to experience the night sky under really dark skies. I have to tell you, the first time that I've ever seen the Milky Way galaxy, I was a graduate student. So I was in my I was 19 years old, and I was at Kitt Peak in Arizona. So I'm one of those people who actually grew up in a big city, and I haven't had the opportunity or experiences of actually looking at the really dark sky. And even now, as a professional astronomer, I really value, appreciate, and cherish the opportunities I had to go to really dark sites with big telescopes and take the data that I needed. And living in Cambridge, Massachusetts, which really, you can see the moon.
Look that. This is your video, Eric.
It's
nice animation,
You
Eric.
can go to a
This is
sporting
really nice.
event.
Yeah, very nice.
There's plenty of lights from a sporting event in Massachusetts.
Blah, 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 not into sports. So it's one of those things where, I really miss looking up and saying, something, these are my best friends. And there's much more in life than the 100 years that I'm going to live on this planet. So it's
Absolutely.
It's a matter of perspective. It's also a matter of wisdom. I'm not claiming I have it, but what I'm saying is that I'm hoping that everybody in our audience will have the opportunity to experience the vastness of the universe through looking at the Milky Way galaxy at a really dark site.
Can I interject a little bit, Scott and Cesar?
Sure.
You don't have to travel,
yes.
You don't have to travel to South America. You can come to the Nebraska Star Party in north central Nebraska. And Scott can attest to this.
Yes.
We have some of the darkest skies in North America.
John, sign me up.
Sure, yes.
Well, that's close by. I got to go there.
2022.
So, John, how do your skies?
Yes, John. I of course that if we have opportunity,
I would love
we
to
are
come
going
down.
to Nebraska. Here you can see
You're closer.
the all animation that Eric while Eric are searching and working in their professional observatory, he's making all time pictures and video like this.
What a nice job.
Yes, Eric, this is fantastic. This is fantastic.
And they paid
really.
me for this.
So this
Yeah,
year,
exactly. You're having fun too.
my first kind of outing or in-person conference will be Stellafane in Vermont.
Stellafane, yes.
August. I'm really looking forward to it. I will be vaccinated and safe at that time. So I'm giving a presentation there. But for next year, I'm really hoping I'm going to make it to the Texas Star Party. And John, send me information about the Nebraska Star Party. I mean, well, I'm going to do everything I missed in the last 2 years. Everything, 1 year.
I will, Stella, because we are always looking for speakers. I think when the last time I was on, I mentioned we have 2 speakers lined up so far this year, but we're always looking for new talent. I was about to send you a little private chat, but I'll say it here. We're always looking for new talent, and we've had Abby Bolenbach up there. We've had Pranvera Hysini, which I'm sure most of you have probably heard of. Mm-hmm. We had a young gal here a few years ago called Jordan. Her name was Jordan Kincannon, who just blew us away with what she was doing. She graduated with a dual degree in physics and astronomy from the University of Hawaii here a few years back. So,
well, I think that you should invite Libby.
It's going to be in the works.
And I will be very happy to come over and support her.
Well,
John, I think I'm just going to come.
It may be too late this year to get it all wired together. I'll try, but next
year, 2020,
we'll start planning it.
Yes, we are taking note about this, everyone. Yeah.
It's official.
Be a part of that as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, I would love to check those skies out. I think you're closer to me than where I'm going this year, which is all the way to the border of Oklahoma and Texas. Yes. I think you're a little bit closer, so I have come check that out and do some imaging down there.
Definitely, Adrian. Yeah. We get some pretty good astro imagers up there. We designate a certain area that you guys can all set up and do your imaging, and it works out.
Yeah, I'll be going back and forth. I'll be imaging one night, and if you have another clear night, I'll be bringing my C11 and actually using my eyes. I like to do both because it's you could get all the way into the imaging side, but there's nothing like having something millions and millions of light years away hit your own eyes, and you see that for yourself.
We had we get the big Dobbs up there. I think the biggest we have ever seen is a 30-inch. No, we had Scott, help me. Who's the guy down at in Big Bend, Texas now that has the 48-inch? Remember his?
Oh, I don't remember his name. I remember the telescope.
He was up there one year, but we get typically a whole array of 22, 24, inch telescopes, and once you've looked at the real sky through there. In fact, a couple years ago we had what we called the 1 billion light year club. We were looking at a quasar. I can't remember which one it was, but everybody that got to see it then got a certificate that said they had seen light from 1 billion light years away.
Awesome.
Yeah, those you definitely need aperture to be able to pull in all that light. Astronomy, you need time, and or astrophotography, you need time and integration time to tease out some of those details. But no, I am very intrigued, John, and I'm thinking that I'm going to be putting the word out to my astronomy clubs about your dark sky park and inviting them to check it out. That may be my trip next year to come to Nebraska. I'll wear my U of M shirt. It'll be a Big Ten affair, and we'll have a good time underneath the stars.
There you go.
Great. Okay. Cesar, do you want to introduce Carroll?
Sorry, Sorry, I was muted. I was talking muted. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Eric, by the presentation. Again, the videos that we watched was amazing. Maybe next time we are talking about the videos, and that your work is amazing. I really invite you. Your office is really a dream. Where we are going to Carroll, Lord from the Astronomy League, to present their prizes. Well, Carroll. Yeah.
Thank you, Cesar and Scott, for setting up such a fabulous program. This is most impressive. And Libby, it's so great to hear your report tonight. You continue to amaze me by setting your goals where you want to be 5 years from now. And that sounds real impressive about the goal of having your Messier certificate in 5 years. In fact, I have a feeling you'll make it with some time to spare even, so well done. I would like to, I also like to talk about John Johnson and their group coming back. It's so refreshing to see we're coming back from the pandemic, slow steps at a time, but we're getting there. So that's really encouraging to see. And we hope to see more later. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. We'll get to the door prizes. Everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Yes, we can see it.
The warning we always put on this first screen is that if you are out among the using a eyepiece or telescope, make sure you don't point it toward the sun without the proper filtering. So we'll go on from there. The first thing we're going to do is give the answers from GSP 43, which was held on April 27th. Before I do that, though, our virtual Alcon 2021 is coming on August 19th through 21. That's the national convention for the Astronomical League. Normally it's held in a fixed location physically, but we're doing it virtually this year. Thank you, Scott, for doing a lot of the heavy lifting there for us. And next year in July, we'll be back in Albuquerque. So put that on your calendar as well. The questions from that last star party. First question, this galaxy in Virgo is named after a type of hat. What hat is it? And the answer is the Sombrero Galaxy. The number 2 question from that star party, Proxima Centauri is the closest star to the sun. What kind of star is it? And your choices were red dwarf, brown dwarf, red giant, blue supergiant, sun-like yellow star, and the correct answer is red dwarf, option A. Number 3, a well-known star-finding rhyme tells you to use the Big Dipper's handle to arc to Arcturus and speed on to what other bright star? And the answer is Spica in Virgo. That's an easy way to remember those 2 locations, is that little rhyme there. And we have several names we're going to add to the monthly door prize list from that star party. They are Andrew Corkle, Pekka Hautala, Book Davies, John Pershali, Laurie Ansorge, hope I'm not butchering those names too badly, Anshel Puri, Cameron Gillis, who's on this broadcast, Norm Hughes, Richard Grace, Christopher Larson, Jane Lebinsky, Jen Hendrickson. And now turning to the questions for tonight's star party. Question number 1. What is the name of the NASA helicopter that has made very recent history by flying on Mars? And if you know the answer to that, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. That happened just a few days ago. So check that out real carefully.
Yes.
Question number 2. The next total solar eclipse is visible from the western half of North America, parts of South America, and Southeast Asia. What is the date of that event? And again, send the answers to secretary@astroleague.org. And finally, if one weighs 200 pounds, that's 90.7 kilos on Earth, how much would the person weigh on Mars? And I know one thing, I would like to go to Mars for that reason, because I can use a little help on that. If that's any hit. And again, send the answers to secretary@astroleague.org. And Astroleague Live number 6 will be back this Friday, May 7th, 2021 at 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. It will be featuring Astro Bob King. His talk will be on meteorites, time travelers from the infant solar system. And that does it for me. And thank you so much. And back to Cesar and Scott.
Thank you, Carroll.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, the people need to send the answers to the email that that I don't have the email, sorry, but you show it.
Secretary@astroleague, ASTROLEAGUE.org.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carroll. Well, Scott, we are going to the 10-minute break.
Okay, we can do that. So it's time to stretch your legs and get ready for the rest of our program. We have coming up Pekka Hautala from Sweden, Pedro Seizar, also from Argentina. Cesar Brollo, this guy that I know that
yes, really you know awesome. This guy, yes.
The 44th Global Star Party, he's coming on with a special presentation. We have Adrian Bradley coming on, who's been with us through the program. He'll be talking about light pollution. Molly Wakeling will be with us. John Johnson, who's been with us as well, will talk about Nebraska Star Party. Yes. We have Vic Stryker.
Vic Stryker.
I'm not sure what his presentation or talk will be about, but I'm sure it'll be interesting. And Cameron Gillis will share more of Gillis's universe. So, we've got a lot more to go. We also have the after party, and I have posted the link to the waiting room, which will open here in about 2 minutes to get you prepared if you'd like to be on the Global Star Party with us towards the end of the show. So right now we will go to our 10-minute break, and we'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, friends, I think I'm gonna log out.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, here is my research assistant. Who just turned 1 year old a week ago.
Yes, I can show your assistance. Yes.
Oh my goodness, he's all over Instagram. Oh,
that's the cutest. I have right mine sleeping right here too.
Yeah. Oh, I absolutely adore him. He's he changed our dynamics in my little family. So I have to tell you guys, I love animals. I really do. This is the first time in my life I managed to have a dog. So both for me and my boyfriend, it's been like a life-changing experience.
We have a baby now. Yes.
We have a baby now. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
Big commitment. That's
Oh,
right.
no, it's not just a commitment, it's a pleasure. I mean, this little creature is changing dynamics in our little household. So anyway, astronomy aside, such a pleasure to see you all again. I hope that you're safe and you get your vaccination soon. And I'll see you hopefully next time.
Yep. Hope to see
And
you.
may the force-
Yeah. So those of you that are on today, okay, our next Global Star Party will be on May 15th, which is International Astronomy Day. So that will be a Saturday event, and it will be co-hosted or special hosted by the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, the Montreal chapter, which I think David Levy is very involved with. And so, anyhow, but if you would like to present, I mean, it's like Christmas time for astronomers, right? International Astronomy Day. So we're having a global star party. It'll start a little bit earlier than it normally does. And watch for details about it as I send out group mailings about that.
Great.
Sounds good,
Look
Scott.
forward
Thank
to
you.
it.
Until then, clear skies, everyone, and be safe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stella. Have a good one.
See you, Stella.
Thanks for hanging
Stay well.
Chao. Buenas noches.
Bye.
Chao,
Buenas
buenas
noches.
Che, Eric, después te invito a un asado.
Everyone understood that you are invited to everyone to a barbecue because they don't need translation. Adrian, Cameron, Scott.
Everyone is invited.
And especially in a farm area, where
even though I'm a vegetarian, I'm going, and I'll barbecue some corn or something. So.
I will eat your plate. The vegetarians, don't worry. I will cover you.
Okay.
I will take care of the meat for you.
But I can put some vegetables in the barbecue, no problem. But
not so just some.
So my wife will want me put more because my wife will want me to eat at least some more of the veggies to go along with the meat. Meat will be here. Vegetables will be here.
Yes. Everyone, we have the same problem here. Yes, I normally we fill the barbecue with meat. Especially in Argentina, you know that.
I think when we do the barbecue, it has to be at the Sunday because at night with the smoke and everything, we can see anything, and the equipment maybe breaks. So the smoke is a lot and smell. You will not going to do observations of anything. You will going to eat. That's right.
So that is why we set the camera and the intervalometer. We pick the target, we let it go, and we come and eat, and we forget that it's running. We have lots of images to process, and we wake up and go, "Oh, I hope my polar alignment is good." And it's not. So we have lots of images of the first thing, and now you've got an image of something else. You have no idea what it is, but you've taken all the images.
Yes, but you
don't care because you're eating. That I would love most of the time. Our get-togethers with the star parties we do, it's all just about looking at the sky. Adding barbecue to it is perfect for me. That would be the best one ever.
Okay.
So I'm holding all three of you to it. I will.
To astronomy, it would be to add the 4 a.m. barbecue break to start parties.
The 4 a.m. barbecue. I think it is wonderful. Yeah, I will hold all three of you. I will probably need you all to help me to know where to go when I finally make my trip to the southern hemisphere down. You know,
you
I will
have
need
to see the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic,
yes,
that's
definitely.
really
that
awesome.
will. Yeah, Stella says life-changing experience. I think she will be right.
She was not overselling it.
Chances are
yeah.
my camera will sit here and I'll just be staring, just looking at it and just taking it all in. I don't want to miss the experience of actually seeing it before I fire up the camera gear and say, now how am I going to compose this night sky shot, and then go crazy and make sure I have batteries. I've got lots of spare batteries and chargers, and I have to get all of that squared away. So
live the moment. Only live the moment.
I will live the moment. Absolutely. That is the plan.
My advice would be treat it as your first total solar eclipse. So yeah, carry the camera. You will want to have it, but don't worry too much about it, and try to enjoy it visually. Cesar has some nice eyepiece that you can borrow, surely. So to do some visual astronomy.
I will do some. I will do some visual. You've got that big camera, or that big camera lens, but it's Nikon. I have Canon and Sony, and my Sony has an adapter for Canon lenses. So I'm mostly Canon with my gear. But
don't worry, we hang it from the double astrograph. It can take anything.
Oh, okay. Oh, that will be fun. We'll look forward to doing that.
That would be cool.
Yeah, so now I have friends that I can contact. That's the first step. I just have to outlast the pandemic and save some money, and be ready to take the flight.
Yes.
And I'll know what camera gear I want to bring, because when I go cross country this fall, I'll be driving out to do some imaging at a dark sky site, similar to John's out in Nebraska. This one will be in Texas. And I only plan to bring what I need to do a little bit of daytime and a whole lot of nighttime photography. It may not take as much as I want to carry. I want to carry the entire, all the cameras, every lens I own, and throw it in the truck and go. But on the plane, I don't want to do that. So I have to figure out the minimal amount that'll still get me what I would like to see. I know the wide angle lens will come, and then I just have to figure out maybe a lens that I can use, versatile lens that I can use for some daytime photography as well. So I will be figuring that out. And in order to have the money, I will sell all the rest, and then I can come and see you all. So
now I'm seeing
that will be the plan.
Seeing flights down to, at least from Northwest Arkansas down to Buenos Aires, is only $756 round trip. So that's a pretty good deal,
Wow.
Yeah. That's
I just got to get to Arkansas. Okay, a path is beginning to form.
All right, so where would you fly out of, Adrian? What city?
I would be flying out of Detroit Metro.
Detroit.
To get to Arkansas.
Maybe less. Let's see, Detroit.
Yeah, I ought to check too.
Okay, well, we're back. We've been talking about, well, you heard what we were talking about. We're conspiring to go to Argentina to have Teresa down there. I'm going to somehow influence them to develop a special Argentinian vegetarian chorizo for me. So, that might be tough. They like their meats down there in Argentina, I know. Anyhow, I don't see Pekka here with us right now. He may come on the program a little bit later, Cesar. So why don't we go ahead and go to our next speaker?
Yes, I'm trying to see if Pedro is trying to connect again.
I did see Pedro on earlier.
Yes, I did see. Yes, I seen Pedro. If not, we let me see. see the.
Yeah, the schedule would be after.
Yes, the schedule. I have the schedule, and
yeah,
we haven't a travel, but because well, but I think that Adrian, you can talk about if you Scott agree with this.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe Adrian can.
You're the boss.
You're ready. Yes. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
But Adrian, you can tell us about. A big problem today that is light pollution, how the light pollution affects the skies.
Yes, that would be
photography.
Yep. I'd be more than happy to go ahead. This will be the presentation I have prepared. Is I do a lot of Milky Way shooting. I wish Stella was here to see it. The way that I'm going to show the effects of light pollution are to show how Milky Way imaging looks in various Bortle level skies. With your higher Bortle numbers, you can hardly pick up things like the Milky Way, whereas in your lower Bortle class numbers, it's an amazing streak in the sky. And it's, you know, we talk about seeing it in the great state of Michigan. We have different places. Unfortunately, we go down to Bortle 2. John will tell you to come to a Bortle 1 state where you can read from the light of the Milky Way. I will have that added to my presentation as I share my screen. So let me go ahead and start my presentation. Let's see if this works.
Yes.
And so when we talk light pollution, we're talking things like this in my light. This is light coming from Canada, tungsten light that when you image, it has this orangish, yellowish glow to it. And if there's enough of that light, it can begin to wash out things in the night sky, starlight, the band of the Milky Way that you see here. This is taken in what is typically a Bortle 3 zone. But I will show you the different Bortle classes that I've been to over the last 3 or 4 months. These are just some specs. One thing I didn't include was that in a couple of them I use a tracker similar to let's see, Maximiliano, your tracker, your sky, I think it's a Star Adventurer tracker that you had with your telescope connected. I use a very similar one. So this is the bottom line. You end up being assigned a higher Bortle class if there's more light pollution in your area. And that means you do not have a sky where you can see with the naked eye a lot of things that the night sky can offer. So let's start with the worst of the worst. Ann Arbor, Michigan, where I'm from, is a large city. There's a lot of bright light. I would like to tell you this is Jupiter. Depending on when I took this picture, you can barely see vestiges of the Milky Way, and it took some processing to get this. This is Antares out of Scorpion. You'll see this star, and I think just about all the images I tried to take with a rising Milky Way. The northern hemisphere does not get to see the southern side of the bulge, so we miss out on some of the things like the Coalsack nebulas. The Magellanic clouds are hidden from us, and of course we're north, so the southern poles are invisible. This is a Bortle 7 sky. Now if you go outside of the outskirts and you're into rural skies, it's Bortle 5 class. You image it and you begin to see some Milky Way detail. The clouds here are blocking some of the light pollution. So this is what you would consider a rural sky. The light pollution is coming from that main city. And this is a place that I often point people to if they want to do any kind of visual astronomy at all, because the sky is at least nice enough to see a lot of different things, but the skies do get a lot better. And it looks like I've rolled backwards by mistake. Let me see if I can click this button. Okay, there's Antares again. Now we're in Bortle 4, and we begin to see definition in the Milky Way. There's Antares.
Oh, this is
There's
good.
a meteor.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Like
this is when you start being able to image, when you go to a dark sky preserve. This is one in Lower Michigan called Lake Hudson Dark Sky Preserve. And notice there's still this glow here. You still have, and the higher up on the horizon, the light glow, the city glow is, the more it interferes. Now there's just enough darkness with a good image, you can get some detail. And naked eye, when you see the Milky Way, you are seeing you're not quite seeing all the structure, but you are seeing these lanes. You don't necessarily see the dust lanes, but it's blank where the dust lanes are. You can barely see the Crazy Horse Nebula here. This is how it appears in the Northern Hemisphere. You kind of have to crane your neck a little bit to see the outline of the Crazy Horse. And then the line, the dust lane going into the Rho-Ophiuchi region. So at Bortle 4, it begins to, skies begin to get better. Then we go to Bortle 3. You see some structure, but not quite color in the Milky Way naked eye. When you image, you get a lot more stars, as well as a lot more structure in detail. Look at the Crazy Horse now. You can tell if you're looking at it, this would be its head, its bent front leg. You can see that in images. You see the line going into the Rho-Ophiuchi complex here. You see that in images, and you have to be around these dark areas. This is Lake Huron. This red light is persistent at this particular location, and I can still get all this detail. That's Canada. There's still a little bit of light pollution, but it's not enough to block out a lot of the detail that you can see in the sky. It's still there, but it's minimized. The light, it's called a light dome, about 10 degrees, maybe less. This may be more like 7 degrees up from this is the absolute flat horizon, because you are looking over a lake. There's Antares again. And then finally, we get down to Bortle 2 here in Michigan, and most of the noise reduction that I tried to do, we're taking stars out of the picture, because there are so many stars that you image in a Bortle 2 zone. Absolute detail. There's the lagoon, M8 and M20. M16 and 17 are here. If you look close enough and you know what you're looking for, you will see a lot of nebulae that are in here. As of yet, Sagittarius hasn't quite risen. Otherwise, you would see M22. You'd see a ball representing that. Up close here, the coat hanger from the Summer Triangle. That is Altair. And I think we don't have Vega or Deneb in this particular shot, but this is the start of the Summer Triangle, and the Cygnus region goes off this way. Still some lights. Bortle 2, this coloration here comes from, I want to say the town is St. Ignace in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And this is another small town where the light glow is small, but it is often in the distance to the east. And this is rising southeast. There's our bright star Antares, and look, there's Messier 4. We can now see Messier 4 near Antares. I believe this is another NGC globular cluster. There's a faint globular cluster. Maybe this is light from that. I'm not sure. It's an small NGC object. But the darker your skies, your images show this, all of this detail, this region here. If you look at a real detailed view of the Milky Way, you will see this. You'll see even better detail of this region. This all of this that's coming from the central bulge, and there's the northern part of the central bulge. We don't see much else other than the northern part, but it is still fantastic. And last slide of my presentation, these are all beautiful pictures we've taken. I've taken them with my camera. All of this detail shows up. So a lot of you may say, well, is this what I really see? Well, what you really see is this. This is naked eye. This is you looking at the sky with your own eyes, and you're still seeing color. You're seeing you're seeing these lines in real time. This photo represents just how much sky you see in a Bortle 2 zone. A lot of the light that you see, how dim a lot of the light is on the horizon. It brightens up when you image it, but it's, when you're out there at a Bortle 2 zone, you are seeing exactly the Milky Way look like this. Bortle 1, I would expect this to become brighter, and I would expect it to resemble, I'm going to go out of my presentation. I would expect Bortle 1, let's see, if naked eye, well, this actually wouldn't be. I would expect that to the naked eye, it should look similar to what I've imaged. It should look like this naked eye. You should see this detail with your naked eye. You should see the dust lanes, the nebula. You should see all of that naked eye when you're in a Bortle 1 zone. And anyone who's been to a Bortle 1 zone could chime in and say, you're right, this is exactly what you see, minus all of the light pollution here. So it's part of the reason that we as astronomers are interested in reducing light pollution. Well, it's very simple. We want a night sky, a beautiful night sky that we can observe. But it is also about about wildlife and nature and natural cycles of light. There's moonlight that comes once every couple of weeks, and then the moonlight fades and it is completely dark. Animals work off of those cycles. During moonlight, they'll move in the night more.
Yeah.
But during dark cycles, they stay more sedentary. I've noticed that from driving at night when it's a new moon, very few animals are trying to cross the road. But now with the light pollution and with constant light, you have animals confused and you have animals moving when they normally aren't. And there's hazards on the road when they're trying to cross for those that are traveling at night. It is messing up sleep cycles. It's something that more and more cities are taking a look at and seeing how can we illuminate illuminate in a way so that the lights are not directed up at the night sky. And the whole goal isn't to make things go back to the Stone Age, no lights, but it's to be more intelligent about how we're lighting up our businesses at night, using just the right amount of light for people to see, and yet not directing it up at the sky so that we can enjoy the night sky. Portal classes can go down in areas and more people can enjoy and actually see what is up there. A lot of you that have not seen the Milky Way before, that's why you haven't seen it, because it's washed out by all of the light pollution in the major cities. So it's a long process. There's balancing to do.
It's
not
only
Cesar.
for astronomy the problem. Yes, Adrian, thank you.
I wanted to be sure to point that out.
Yes, and your work comparing how over the horizon you can see how the light increasing and cover the Milky Way, and the different colors are, well, this is a great study of with your pictures, how yes, increasing the Bartle number. This was great. Thank you very much, Adrian.
You're welcome.
Well, yes, thank you very much. I have my presentation, but we are going to let me see. Hi, Vic Stryker.
Really quick, so John,
we have
really quick. I wanted to ask a question to John. Those Milky Way pictures that you saw, would you say that my image of the Bortle 4 sky is naked eye with your skies at in Nebraska?
Yep, you got it there. We're Bortle 1 for the most part. It's been kind of interesting as part of our getting this package together for our designation, getting our our package for IDA Dark Sky Park designation. We've been taking a lot of SQM readings of the sky with the night sky meters, and we've come to the conclusion that when we're up there during the maximum Milky Way, summer Milky Way in August, that light from the Milky Way is affecting the darkness of our skies.
Wow. You can see the light of the Milky Way.
Yes.
Yes. Well,
yes,
we have some places in not especially in our place of the third party, but if we go a little to the mountain, we can see, yes, the same that you told, John. The in your hands you can see the light of the Milky Way. It's amazing. And well, your third party place is amazing too. Yeah. Yes. I now I know where I need to go for the next third party United States.
Okay. We would welcome you. Yes.
Yes,
for sure.
I was really impressed with Adrian's picture of the, in Bortle 7. You still were able to eke out the Milky Way there. So, that gives us hope.
Yeah, that was probably the most impressive picture because it was the hardest one to actually do.
Yeah,
that's it. I didn't expect to get that. Yeah, that was a personal dare, and it actually came out. I go, wow, I actually see it.
Nice job.
Much easier in a darker sky.
Yep.
Well, we are going to Molly Wakeling. Hi, Molly. How are you?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Molly is an amazing astrophotographer, and not only astrophotographer. He knows a lot. He knows a lot of astronomy, and in every global third party, she explained their objects that she shoot. I don't know if shooting is okay, but you made amazing pictures, and you wonder us with your explanation, and we really learn a lot about your pictures. Yes. Yes, Tom.
It's not quite dark enough here for me to be able to pick up anything yet. So I'm kind of waiting on the skies to get a little darker, trying to pick up a globular cluster, which should be probably the easiest thing as the skies get darker.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll let you know when I have something, but yeah, it's still a little bit too bright here, unfortunately.
Yes.
It's dead of night and cloudy here, Molly. So you almost have sympathy for me, almost.
Yeah, it's only 8:30 here on the coast here in California, and we're in deep twilight now. Astronomical darkness doesn't start for another hour, So a little bit darker, we'll be able to pick up something at least. But yeah, it's clear as a bell tonight, and I've had clear nights for the last week, so much so that I'm actually getting tired of covering and uncovering my scopes every night.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm looking for the button to mute you, because over here in Michigan, it's been raining for like 3 straight days.
Oh no.
You know, we have a saying in Michigan, if you don't like the weather, too bad, because if we have more than 2 clear skies in a row, we're all surprised. And if there's another clear sky, we're all tired, because we've spent every single night, waking moment, trying to do something. I put a lot of miles in my car during those moments. I think Wednesday night is our next opportunity for everybody to just rush out. The weather does play a role, and it's no wonder that a lot of research is done in all of the areas you're in where there's more clear skies. It only makes sense.
Yeah,
we try to do research in Michigan.
Years, and I'm moving back to Ohio actually, next month. So I'm going back to the land of cloudy skies. But with my backyard rig, with my backyard rig, I'm able to take advantage of even iffy nights or partly clear nights, where previously when I had to drive out to the observatory, I would only go out if the forecast was really good. So I can kind of work on partial nights now that I have a backyard set up.
Yeah, it should be said for folks out there, astrophotography does give you an opportunity to, if you've got anything at all that you can image with enough time, you can tease out a lot of detail that otherwise you would normally need clear skies to get. So there is some value. We still don't want you to forget that light pollution is bad, but it's one of the other ways we've combated it by getting better with our tools and techniques with astrophotography. We can continue looking at the sky. But then we have another challenge, and that's all of the satellite constellations that are going up in order to provide internet all around the world. It's a benefit for the world, but for astronomers, it's not so much when you have streaks going through every more and more frames. It can get difficult. So it's a never-ending battle to to observe the night sky.
And unfortunately, there's some techniques for us amateurs to use to remove satellite trails from images, but for really sensitive cameras that are doing astronomical science and stuff like that, once those pixels are blown out, they're blown out and they've lost that observation. So while the amateurs with our less sensitive gear, we can use pixel rejection techniques and stuff to eliminate satellite trails. The satellites do have to be absent from enough frames to have statistical significance to be able to reject the pixel streams. But the big sensitive professional telescopes, they're kind of hosed if a satellite goes through their view. So, and I know in my images,
really good point.
If I'm imaging anywhere near the ecliptic, I get a satellite, or at least one satellite through probably every other frame, and sometimes more than one in a single frame. Every 45 minutes, there's one that goes right through the middle of the Orion Nebula. So.
I would be willing to share my background screen, because I have an image I took that shows that exactly, and I don't remember if I did that.
Yeah, I've been meaning to make one of those where I don't reject the pixels, and you can see all the satellite streaks that go through one data set. I've been meaning to make one of those once I find one that has a ridiculous.
So I think you can see exactly what Molly's talking about here in my back. Here's my background screen. I love it because this was a single frame at a Bortle 3 zone, and there's all your satellite streaks. Some are geosynchronous. If you look down here, look at all of the streaks going together here. So this is kind of what we're kind of lamenting about, is that we're aiming at some target, and we've got these streaks.
Adrian, there are the this of I think that no, because the train of satellites from SpaceX, no, there are another particular satellites.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of when there's a newly launched group of them, and they're still pretty bright and still clustered together. Them plowing through an image, and you get like 12 lines through the image simultaneously, moving at low Earth orbit speed.
Yeah,
it just goes right through your whole image. And I think that subframe, if you get that many satellites in a single subframe, I think you have to throw it out.
Yes, you need sometimes Molly, you need to see if you in the single lights, if you have someone every time is more normal that the people find single shots, single lights with lines of satellites.
Yeah.
But exists normally the stacking programs make something automatically, or you ever you need to watch this manually or see live by live.
Yeah, there's ways to combat it, but it can, if you start getting enough of them in enough frames, then it becomes less effective.
Yes, yes, because it's something that the software looks like something wrong, or maybe not, and because sometimes when the pictures have when the software decide between a great pictures, great lights, and not so good in the percentage that you put, like I don't know, maybe in the stackered programs maybe are all the same system, but of course that you can say as Molly if that is that I tell, because maybe wrong.
It's kind of like that. It's a statistical rejection process where so you have all your frames, and if there is some light that shows up only in one frame and not in any of the others, or in very few of the others, then if it falls outside of the standard deviation, then it gets rejected. Those pixels get rejected for that frame, and they get filled in with pixels from other frames. And that's how you deal with satellite trails. You can even move airplane trails the same way.
Oh, it's a disaster because if you have more light, maybe.
I get a lot of those through my images quite often, because there's a lot of aircraft around here. We have 2 airports here, and then
my God.
Cosmic rays as well. It does a lot of cosmic ray rejection because it's a similar thing where you have
the cosmic. Yes.
You have a little bit of a couple pixels of light that are only in that one frame, and it's gone in the next one. So it gets rejected because it's only in the one frame.
It's amazing.
Every single one.
Sure. Once a time.
It's just some statistics. That it's doing, and even Deep Sky Stacker can do that. It's pretty standard in any stacking program to be able to turn on some kind of pixel rejection. And even Deep Sky Stacker has that built in.
The old one, the classic Deep Sky Stacker. Yes, I use this. Well, you know that I use this because I like the old things.
Yeah, well, it's a great place for beginners.
I saw it in your presentation.
Yes, it's normally we are watching the bar with Philip. Yes.
Yeah, it's a great place for beginners to get started, because it's certainly a lot less complicated than pretty much any other stacking software out there, and it's free, so you can kind of get your feet wet with it, and then you can pair it with Photoshop to get better results, and then you can eventually start stacking with other programs like Nebulosity or PixInsight and stuff like that. To start getting the really good results. But Deep Sky Stacker is a great place for beginners to start.
Yes, to beginners, or it's easy to use. It's a great program. It's a free program, it's great that we can encourage to the people with a free software that work perfectly to start to understand the astrophotography.
Yeah, and you kind of get a feeling for, what do dark frames do for me? What do flat frames do for me? And it does have some knobs to turn. It's got options of things for you to do, so you can kind of mess around with the different settings, and
Yes.
And yeah, it's actually, I actually used it recently when what was I doing? I couldn't get PixInsight to register Deep Sky Stacker has a mosaic mode where if you have, so like PixInsight will also do mosaics, but that's like planned panels.
Yes, have a lot of tools that are amazing. Yes.
If you so I've done a couple image sets before where you plop a DSLR on a tripod and you let the sky kind of move, and you take short enough exposures where the stars are barely moving in each exposure, but you kind of get a swath of sky, and every single frame is only slightly offset from each other. And PixInsight can't figure that out, but Deep Sky Stacker's got a mode for that in particular. And I actually recently had to stack an image in Deep Sky Stacker and then bring it into PixInsight because PixInsight couldn't figure out how to do the
PixInsight
mosaicing.
Absolutely, yes.
I'll have to try that sometime. I'd like to do a mosaic the entire Milky Way, so I think I'm going to try that. I have a tracker, but
yeah, I've tried it a couple of times. I've been thus far unsuccessful because my lenses have too much
barrel distortion.
The distortion is too high. But now I have a Rokinon 135 millimeter that has much less distortion. So I'm hopeful to be able to do a really wide field panorama at some point using that. So it's high on my list for the next time I get
forward to seeing it.
I look forward to seeing yours too. You got some nice shots there. I've almost got the globular cluster showing up here. I'm getting my settings.
Yes, show us a picture.
All right, you can kind of see it. So I'll go ahead.
We are waiting your picture.
I'll go ahead and pull it up here. Let's see. It's not the Clownface Nebula. It is M53, which is a globular cluster. And let me bring that down. Yeah, so the contrast isn't great right now because it's still getting darker out there, and I've only got a couple of frames here so far, and actually I need to reset.
Amazing you have anything at all.
Yeah, actually I need to clear this because the first frame that got in there was badly registered, and yeah, I'm just going to reset this real quick. Yeah, so it's going to start live stacking here. So you can kind of see this little smudge. It'll clear up as I get more. I'm just taking 30-second frames for now. But this is globular cluster Messier 53. It's in Coma Berenices, which is a constellation. That's just where there's tons and tons of galaxies in Coma Berenices. And of course, since it's springtime, it is galaxy season. So there's not, I wanted to go over to something that's a good narrowband target because I'd be able to see that earlier in the evening. But alas, I can't see any good narrowband targets right now because there's a whole bunch of galaxies up. So it's discovered in 1775 by Johann Bode, who I think is the same guy that discovered M81, Bode's galaxy, a name for him. And Messier included it on his list as object number 53. It's about 60,000 light years from the galactic center, and also about the same distance from us. So globular clusters are these really tight clusters of stars, much denser than open clusters like the Pleiades and the Beehive cluster and stuff like that. And the stars are gravitationally interacting with each other. If you lived on a planet that was inside of a globular cluster, your sky would be filled with stars as bright as Sirius. And that would, like, you wouldn't even be able to see a whole lot because the stars would be like a moon in your whole sky. And they're actually some of the oldest objects in the universe. They're usually between 10 to 13 billion years old, and they're thought to possibly even predate galaxies themselves. When kind of galaxies are just kind of formless blobs of gas and stuff like that, pumping out stars. They live way up above and below the plane of the galaxy. Oops. And there are some in the plane, like M4 that Adrian was showing right up there with Antares. A lot of them are above and below the plane of the galaxy. So that's why we can see this one during galaxy season, because it's way up above or below the plane, depending on which orientation you are. Yes, they're fascinating objects.
Yep, typical and true star party form. Something breaks, could not align. Remember, folks, this happens all the time at star parties. I'm sure Molly's about to work through it.
Yeah, my guiding is okay. Let's see. Let me just.
I'm amazed you're getting that right now, Molly. I'm in the Pacific Northwest, a couple hours north, and we still have the twilight. So you got, I guess you got dark enough skies to pull out. Is it M53?
Yeah, and it is.
Yeah.
We're in real deep twilight now. It's fairly dark outside, but we won't hit astronomical darkness for another hour.
Yeah.
But dark enough, you can kind of see it here. I reset the sequence, so my stars look a little nicer in this first frame. So hopefully it'll be able to register the subsequent frames. But yeah. So yeah, fun facts.
I can see the globular cluster showing up now.
Yeah,
that's kind of how it looks in. Oh, and it's coming in. Yeah, that's how it looks in some of the crappy telescopes that I own. So I've actually, this is about it for me.
Yeah,
I know it's going to get better.
Yeah, from the city, viewing globular clusters in like a small telescope, even my 8-inch, they generally kind of look like this. It's not until you get out to a dark sky and look through like a 16-inch Dobsonian that globular clusters really reveal their incredibleness. I got to look at a couple of globular clusters on a 32-inch Newtonian at an observatory in Ohio, and you could resolve hundreds of stars, because that's where aperture makes a big difference. Is when you're trying to resolve small distances between things, and so you can resolve globular clusters really well and see individual stars, and you're looking through these really huge aperture telescopes. And like if I ever got a night on one of those huge professional telescopes like on Mount Wilson and stuff like that, I would go look at a bunch of globular clusters probably. They're really cool to look at through big giant light buckets.
Excellent.
Yeah, I dare say that your eyes resolve globular clusters in large instruments a little better than a typical image might.
I agree. I think because the seeing blurs out the stars so quickly that in a camera frame that it's one of those things like the planets that really just show up better in the eye than you can really capture with the camera. So I don't actually really image globular clusters very often for that reason. And yeah, I still can't get this thing live stack. I think it's just I think it's probably having a hard time detecting the stars to align the frames because it's still not super dark out yet. So
yeah,
great.
But yeah, I'll let you move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Molly. It was an excellent presentation, and really we enjoyed your work over images and your explanations about what are you watching in the image. Well, we are going to.
I think you had John Johnson picked out here.
Is John Johnson here?
Yes, I'm here. I've been
okay, John.
Well, I guess I've been, talking about the Nebraska.
Now is your
Party.
time. Yes, because we are starting to talk about the Nebraska Star Party. We are imagining the place, and tell us about, because I love the Star Parties, and especially I heard about your Star Party, and I know that this is amazing.
Well, we are planning this year is our 28th edition of the Star Party, and things are going quite well. So far, we have our full lineup of activities that we'll be doing, which will include, obviously the observing the gorgeous night skies, but we'll also have our chuck wagon catering service out there doing evening meals for everyone, and we will have what we call our beginners field school, which has been highly recommended and praised over the years, where we actually provide a very basic classroom environment for 3 separate times during the week to the newbies, as we call them, new folks interested in the astronomy field. We advertise and really try to promote our Star Party as a very family-oriented, very beginner-friendly Star Party. Although we do try to impose light restrictions, we're probably not as stringent about them as some of the other ones around the country, which adds to a very nice environment up there to be in. And as I think I mentioned last time, we are in the process of getting our International Dark Sky Association Dark Sky Park designation. We have submitted our preliminary package to the IDA in Tucson. We have I've gotten a little bit of feedback from them and some other people that we sent the draft to. Hopefully we'll have it all polished up and to them before the end of the month for their review here in the next quarter. Their quarterly cycle will run from the end of May to August. And hopefully by the time of our Star Party, I guess I should mention that for those of you who haven't been aware of it before, it'll be from August 1st through the 6th of this year. And it's up there at the Merritt Reservoir State Recreation Area, which is up in north central Nebraska, in an area of what's called the Sandhills, which is a very unique ecosystem. One of the few places in the world where you have this, what just looks like, it's called the Sandhills because that's the underlying soil material, but it's covered with grasses, and especially in years we get plentiful rainfall, it does look like a sea of grass up there, and it's quite remarkable. And needless to say, very few trees, so you can literally see for miles and miles up there. And so anyway, any and all that are listening to this are always cordially invited. We'll also have evening door prizes. We solicit and we actually purchase additional door prizes with funding from our nonprofit organization to provide some very nice door prizes for people that attend too. So that's always a favorite. And then one day a week we go into the little town of Valentine, has a wonderful high school auditorium where we have some lectures and talks, and some of the previous things going on tonight. I've talked to people about coming up and doing presentations. I think I might be able to get Stella up there next year, and then maybe Libby and the Stars. That would be fantastic, because we always try to highlight one of our talks from someone new or younger into astronomy. So we're looking forward to that. So this year, I think we have, I've been working on trying to get her there for a couple of years now, but Diane Knutson, who as of this year is president of the chair or of the board of directors for the International Dark Sky Association. So she will be there doing a talk. And then I think I'd mentioned last year, this Rob Landis with NASA down in Houston will be there. And we're still looking for a third one, but I'll let you know. That might be. So yeah. Anyway, in a nutshell, that's, I'm very thankful and grateful for Scott always letting me come on and promote the Star Party. And
what are you talking about? We love having you.
Well, yeah, we I don't know, the rest of you know, yeah, I and Scott have got to be, I think, very good friends. I really appreciate what he's done, and I try to get down there at least twice a year to visit their facility and talk shop with the guys. He's got a wonderful bunch of people working for him there, and they're all just top notch.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, I don't know if
you would like, I can play the Nebraska Star Party has kind of a trailer. I can play the trailer so that people.
Yeah, I thought about that, but if you have it, go ahead, because it would probably work much better from your facility than ours.
Right. Well, let's see how this looks here.
Give it a shot.
The Airstream, Scott, your Airstream. Amazing.
As you can see, we have a tremendous amount of space.
Yes, we can see. Wow.
I've already scoped out a few parts of that, especially along the lake. I will be right on that lake imaging. There are some beautiful images to be had out there.
Great.
I only got myself a camper trailer last year so I can go to these types of star parties that don't have lodging and stuff like that. I'm real excited.
Yeah, that's one thing. We're fairly limited on lodging up there, but lots of space to camp in, and there is the Merit Trading Post that has cabins there, but you almost have to plan a year ahead to get one of them. There's our catered meal tent.
Look at that line. I'll bet you that, well, I see that smoker going, so I already know how good the food is.
Yeah, yes, the place of the barbecue, very important.
Yep.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We talked about that earlier. Barbecue is important.
Nice.
Okay, getting my ticket there.
Yes. Really, we miss this star parties, the star party, watching the people, and
Well, we as far as I know, we're full speed ahead. I think we're the first major this year that's going to try to do a full featured star party.
Yeah.
Hoping some more.
Yeah,
later on in the year.
Okie-Tech is.
I think Okie-Tech
is doing theirs.
Okie-Tech.
They're going.
Okie-Tech's
Okie-Tech is happening.
So I was thinking about going
I'm
to that.
actually ready.
I was thinking about going there since I didn't go to Texas Star Party. So we'll see.
Yeah, so I am going to that. Yeah, I think they're gonna, but John, I think they're going to do some restrictions. They're going to be aware. I think it's going to depend on where we are with vaccinations. It sounds like you're going full steam ahead in the Nebraska Star Party, and
the only thing is we've gotten permission from the high school. We don't know. I mean, our state's pretty well opened up. We may want people to spread out and not be, as you saw in that video, all crowded together in line. But we'll see by August. I mean, you're up there in the wide open spaces. You always got a breeze blowing. So, in our state, nobody seems to be bothered.
And the CDC has come out and said now that vaccinated or unvaccinated, if you're outside, and as long as you're not crowding together in a big concert venue or something, your chances of contracting COVID are very small outside if you maintain some reasonable distance. So that should help. And Okie-Tech's, I just went and looked it up, October 1st through 9th, which is unfortunately like my first week of classes in the fall. So
oh my God.
I guess that means I won't be seeing you there, Molly. Yeah, I registered.
Maybe, so I do want to go there at some point. I can only really feasibly do one trip to Texas a year. So I'm going to have to choose between Okie-Tex and Star Party and Texas Star Party, but one of these years.
Well, one thing we know, we are going to Nebraska to see these dark skies. I saw that river going through, and I said, I might just make my own trip up there and just show up. But
hey, if you're
definitely
a fisherman,
during the Star Party.
If you're a fisherman, bring your fishing pole.
Oh, that'd be fun.
It's a nationally renowned fishing lake too.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Yeah, it is a dammed up river. It's called the Snake River, but because it winds back and forth. But and also, if you've never done kayaking or tubing on a pristine river, there's a river up there that the snake flows into called the Niobrara River. That is fantastic place to go canoeing, kayaking on. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, may have to maybe checking into that as well. Well, I have truck wheel travel, so Nebraska should be seeing me at some point.
Make your list,
this year I'm actually
Adrian.
driving out. And yeah, so I am going to step away for tonight, but I've enjoyed all the presentations. John, I will be looking up that site and getting some more information on the Nebraska Star Party. And if nothing else, next year, I'll see if a few of my astronomy clubs come and visit. I think they would be very interested.
That'd be great because we get a big contingency out of the Minnesota area, Minneapolis, Minnesota area, Rochester. We always get a contingent coming over from Illinois, and of course Iowa, and I got a guy that's coming up from Louisiana this year. That he's bound and determined to get up there.
That's good. Nice. All right. Well, we got to get you some folks from Michigan up there too. We got to get the rest of the Big Ten involved.
Fantastic.
So, all right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I think Cameron, I don't know who's coming next. Cesar will say that, but I will be stepping out. Thank you all again for having me. All of you watching, continue to enjoy the Star Party. I'm saying stuff Scott would probably say, but continue to enjoy it. I will hopefully be back very soon. But it is midnight here in the Eastern time zone.
Take care.
Take care. Have a good one. Thanks, Adrian.
Okay. Well,
I have
John.
A better view of M53 up here to.
Now, yes, it's a live view. Molly, it's a live view. Now,
sorry.
Yeah. It's a live view. It's a picture that you're talking.
Live view.
Oh, excellent.
I'm taking 60-second exposures and live stacking them.
Excellent.
I messed with some of the parameters, so the live stacking is actually working now. And
you are the only one that are making live image tonight. Yes.
Yeah,
thank you.
We get a lot of clear skies out here, which is real nice.
Yeah.
And a couple other fast facts. M53 is 220 light years across, so there's some thousands of stars that are all within this relatively small area. And it's has a total
which is the field of
sorry?
Yes, which is the field of this picture of this area? It's maybe
the field of view of this is about half a degree. So the actual globular cluster is about it's 13 arc minutes across, so just about half the width of the full moon.
Yeah.
Cesar, can I do a question? Maybe sometimes we can do a live view from our global clusters like Omega Centauri or 47 Tucana. We can do it with the small
of course,
scope, or I
absolutely
can do it.
It shows up nice in any size telescope.
Yes. Yeah. Normally, I make in this global sub-parties. Normally, I make only with the camera live view, and the old people wait how we take the pictures, and we are happy to receive participants that make live image. Cameron too make live image, and it's great. It's really something that we made a lot of live image in the 44 Global Star Party editions. And yes, for the next time you can make this.
That'd
yes,
be great.
yeah. But be afraid of the winter, because in Argentina now we are coming the cold weather. Yeah.
Yes.
No problem. Yes.
Like, so the scope is in my backyard and I'm inside, and I'm
yes,
and here,
yes.
you know. So it's not typically cold here, but if it were, I would be nice and warm inside.
Yeah. Yes. No. Yes, I am the only crazy guy that with the windy in the balcony. Yes, I made pictures, and Scott remember this.
100 mile per hour Caesar. Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And my friend Vic, that I introduced to my friend Vic Stryker, and is one of my heroes, because Vic is an astronomer, educator, and he worked a lot in historic, very important and historic U.S. observatories. He knows of some stories very near to, we in 2 weeks ago we are talking about the shooter McDonald mirror, and he know very near the history of this. Yes, the shooting man. Yes, and I know my friend Vic maybe from 25 years ago, and when I don't speak English like now, I don't speak English very, very well, but I think that 25 years ago,
doing a good job.
Vic was my friend, and the only
Spanish, so we'll put it that way.
Yeah, thank you. And Vic is really actually he's still educating people and watching the stars. Actually, Vic told me that it's okay, that is right, that you are using the 14 inches CAT Smith Cassegrain telescope in an observatory. And well, Vic, tell us what how was your work in big telescope? You was the operator for really great telescopes.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, Vic.
Okay. Well, I'm on my 76th orbit around our sun star now. And 2 weeks after I got my last vaccine, I resumed work at the Cat Mountain Observatory west of Tucson. It's a resort. We have a roll-off C16, 14, and we have star tours limited to 5 people. And when it's clear, I do kind of a personal, interactive, one-on-one type of presentation, not a talking head. It's people don't like that. And I'm kind of a specialist at that. I've been doing such star talks and presentations and teaching since I was 21. When I got out of the service, because I had ditched high school and gone up to Kitt Peak, I was curious about it. I became friends with the opticians, and I watched them illuminize the 82-inch mirror one time. And when I got out of the service, I went to work at Kitt Peak in the optical shop, grinding lenses and cleaning lenses. And between laps, that's where I learned to wash dishes. You know, I enjoyed
yes.
But
it's very similar, Vic. It's real.
Yeah, very similar.
It is.
Yeah.
I can still picture the detergent and get all the grit out before the next grit. But Kitt Peak was founded in 1958 after exploring many mountaintops in southern Arizona and other areas. And it's located on the Tohono O'odham Down Reservation, which we used to call Papago Reservation. And it's 54 miles west of Tucson, and it's a 12-mile drive up the mountain. But don't jump in your car. I'm a volunteer up there now, and I don't know if we're going to open until November. But they have a Star Tour activity that people can sign up for. They pay for it, because out of those funds, that's where we get the money to support the visitor center.
Right.
And my knees are bad now. I have a spirit of 36 at 76. My body's 83, but my knees, because of the excessive gravity on this planet, they're 110. So I sit in our small solar observatory and interpret that. We have H alpha, and I forget the other frequency. But so I do those. But we have 180 docents up there, and raise your hand if you know why museums and planetariums use docents.
Oh, yeah.
It's cheaper by the docent.
By the docent.
Yeah.
So, but it was interesting having worked there 65 years ago. Some of the mountain crew was still up there, and we had quite some talks about how it's changed. It's more of a rental facility for big universities for their research in the Southwest. And of course, nowadays, everything's going to remote. So Dr. So-and-so can sit in his or her office with a computer and get their data that they need. I worked at McDonald Observatory in 68, 69, I think it was, as a research assistant, telescope operator. And back then, we would slave over a cold telescope all night long, we would. And we had heated flying suits. But I have two memories from McDonald. One, December 1968, NASA calculated and gave us the pointing coordinates for Apollo 8 on the way to the moon. And we got images of that. It was just really something. I'll always remember that. And years later, I tried to get that to NASA to give to the astronauts. And it took me about 5 years to feel slightly assured that they would do that. But any of you want to email me, I can send you that image. I reversed it, so it's easier to see the spacecraft than also the booster tumbling along beside it. Well, first time 3 human beings, spam in a can, headed for the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
then,
this is very interesting. Yeah, amazing.
It was something. But in, I think it was February of '69, a little later, I decided to go back to school at Arizona State University. So I said bye to my friends and goodbye to Fort Davis, Texas. And I was in Phoenix. And back then we didn't have internet, but I read a newspaper and it said somebody had shot holes in the 107-inch telescope mirror. And that was my replacement. Lucky them.
This is it.
I've heard this story.
Yeah.
Well,
just
I had
You didn't have any role in picking this replacement, did you?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
No, us.
Oh my gosh.
Us underlings didn't get to do much in the UT hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I had a dear friend, my supervisor at there is Maurice Marin from Pic du Midi Debout in France Observatory, a wonderful astronomer, technician, and we had a Coudet spectrograph there, and he taught me how to set the blaze angle for the dispersion and so forth. But I called him as soon as I read the newspaper article, because it said he had been taken hostage by this whack case. And he was okay, but he said, Victor, I will be on the next plane to France. And he was. He blew out. He just didn't want to deal with that, and I don't blame him. One other thing that was, or two things, if I may. At the time we had some people from Mexico and to create a diversion for the Border Patrol, they set the mountain on fire. So my job at night was to sit up in the slit of the 82-inch on the elevator and keep an eye on the fire. So that was really something. And then in town, my first wife was there with me. It had a population of 500, had 7 different churches. So it is a wild West Texas town for sure. And there was a young astronomer from Austin. And when he came out, he'd stay on the mountain, but he'd come down and have dinner with us once in a while. We were walking down the street, he had long hippie hair. And this old lady, about 85, she comes up and starts tugging on his sleeve. Young man, are you a communist? Well, her name was Maud, and she was an original Montgomery Ward mail order bride that went to West Texas.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, but I always treasure that image we got of Apollo 8 on the way to the moon. It was really something. Anyway, I've been out knocking around the world doing many things, and this guy with the funny Mickey Mouse ears you're looking at over there.
Yes.
He has a Optica with telescopes on Calle Florida. Yeah.
Calle Florida. Yes, it's the old store where you, because when you coming to in the 90s, when you come into Buenos Aires from the cruise ship, because you are teaching astronomy to the people in the cruise ship, and every time that Vic coming to Buenos Aires, and you know, when you love astronomy and you say in a store in middle of the downtown, and do you see some telescope in the window, they say, here is a guy that sells telescope. I don't need to talk with him. It's me. We start to talk maybe in the 1997. I don't know.
Time flies.
Yes. And I think in another story that I hope to another day, one day to go with Vic Stryker is go to the Riverside Safari. Yes.
Well,
I know
I've warned you about that, and we got to camp out in a tent because a friend of mine stayed in the dorm years ago, and I had my RV up there with another buddy from the Santa Barbara Astronomy Club, and we heard this knocking on the door at 5 in the morning. He's out there bleary-eyed. I said, "What's wrong, Clyde?" And he said, "I've never heard so much damn snoring and farting in my whole life." So, if you go there, don't stay in the dorm. And I didn't have a tent. One year I stayed in the dorm, and then I just went out and slept on the ground. It was terrible.
Sorry, Molly, but this is something that appears especially in the men's dormitories in all safaris. Yeah.
So
we have a lot of fun in the safaris.
At the Green, I got to go to the Green Bank Star Quest a couple of years back, and they have a really nice like kind of a mass dorm where the visiting scientists stay. And they had the men's across the hall and the women's. And the women's dorm, we had a different kind of problem, where the majority of the women there were not into astronomy themselves. They were there as the begrudging tag along that their husbands dragged them along. So there was me and like 1 or 2 other women who were actual astronomers, and everybody else, they were going to bed at 9 o'clock and getting up really early in the morning, making all kinds of noise, and we're trying to sleep.
Yeah.
3 in the morning.
Sure. Yeah. Yes,
finally, I started yelling at people, and then to shut up so I could go back to sleep. And then
that could have been one hell of a cat fight, huh?
Oh, please.
Come on.
Well, no, I just yelling at people from my bed, and then crawled back up into my sleeping bag, and I put up some signs later, and people eventually got away.
Really, we miss all of this. We are projecting our Valle Grande Star Party for April next year, April, because this year here is impossible because the vaccines are very low. I have the two shots, but only because I work in healthy, because I am an optician, I touch contact lenses, I am an optometrist. But if not, it's really slow, the number of vaccinated people, and we are not able to make the Star Party this year. We are moving to April 22. Eric, do you have the new now, because you know you know, but yes, we are talking with Jaime Garcia, my friend Jaime, that is another astronomer that worked with me in the Star Party, and we have the hotel reserved, because we take the entire hotel. It's in a hotel in the not in the mountain area. It's near to the flat, to the mountain area.
It's in a canyon.
Near to the canyon. Yes.
Yeah.
In the gate of the canyon, maybe.
Which is cool because it covers a bit of the light pollution from near city San Rafael. So you have a really good sky close to the zenith. We're looking up, and you don't have that ugly yellow-orange glow on the horizon. Yeah. So that's a really great place for observing.
Yes, it's a great place. Vic, do you? I think that sometimes we talk about when in your time of big telescope operator, you change the plates, because today we are talking about CCDs and all electronics, but I remember that you told me how, for example, the so-called place that the telescope was, and to change the plates was something a part of work that you made.
Yeah, glass plates. They're coated. They're pretty stable, and they're coated with an emulsion, and the exposures took quite a while, but that's what we used back then. But also at the 82-inch dome, we had a coude focus. It was a little room in the dome where the coude camera device was. And we had dark runs and then light runs when the moon is on. And with coude, you can leave the lights on in the dome. So one time this other night assistant and me, we were up there hanging out, getting ready to work all night. And we thought, well, let's take a picture of each other. Okay, so I took a picture of Chuck, and after the flash went off within a second, this little fellow comes streaming out of the coude door. Lightning, quick, close the dome. So it was somebody from India, but just things like that. But anyway, I eventually wound up working as an edutainer astronomer on cruise ships. And I did that seasonally for about 19 years. But then in 2010, the bean counters of all the cruise lines, they fired all of us enrichment presenters and all of the priests and rabbis. They decided we're not money generators. But it was fun while it lasted. It was really tough duty. Listen, I had to get up in the morning, eat breakfast, then lecture or mess around till noon. And then I had to eat lunch. And after that, I had to get up and take a nap until about 4 p.m. Then I had to get up and eat dinner again, and then lay out on deck half the night showing the stars to the passengers. I miss it so much I could cry. But I've been around South America probably 36 times, And like I say, when I walked past his Optica shop with the telescopes in the window, we've been amigos ever since. So it's nice.
And you went to Chile too. Yes.
Yes, I did a lot in Chile. I also later wound up being an outreach specialist with Portable Planetarium at Lawrence Hall of Science, Chewing Gum and Baling Wire up at Berkeley. But I did lots of research with a planetarium, a portable planetarium. It's called Star Lab in the Bay Area. So I, at one point, I thought, well, I'm gonna get back to Chile and start training teachers and do a Lawrence Hall of Science style outreach there. And eventually in 2003, my buddies and I down there, we had written a grant proposal to then Presidente Lagos of Chile. And about 8 weeks later, I got a letter. I was in California from him or his office. Hacerlo por los niños y profes y familias de Chile, which means do this for the people in Chile. So here's the presidential order, right? Here's the Ministry of Education they sent it to. We haven't heard shit since.
Oh my God.
So if I've written a historic science fiction piece called Delphin Homecoming, and I've spent the lockdown trying to pitch it to Hollywood. And that's been a lesson. They don't talk to anybody.
Yeah.
But if I get lucky and it gets opted with that jackpot, I'm on the next boat or plane back to Chile. Except with my bad knees now, I'll have to train someone how to do the portable dome.
Yeah, yes. Well, thank you, Vic. It was a pleasure talk with you again. And next, we have another conversation for the last year for soon in Argentina, and I invite you for this soon too. Thank you very much, Vic.
Sure. So for this, should I send the bill to your office and the Optica?
Yes, if you need glasses, yes, I can send you one of this, no problem.
Cool. All right, all of you, thank you. Nice to see this on TV like this.
Yeah, yes, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, Vic, because you have a great history, really.
Well, anyway, good night, everybody.
Good night, Vic.
Good night.
Good night.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao.
Well, we are going to Cameron Hills. It's your time, Cameron. I give you my time of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Cesar.
Yes,
it's been a really great session. This has been awesome. You've had so many great presenters and great conversations and lots of deep topics. I love it. It's awesome. And great camaraderie. And I want to just call out Maximiliano. Is it Maximiliano or Massimiliano? No,
Maximiliano. No?
Maximiliano.
Open your microphone. Yeah.
Maximilian and Emiliano. Mix it and Maximiliano.
Perfect.
It's a large name.
Perfect. I love it.
Something
I really like.
It's the only one Argentinian that I are drinking mate.
Yes, it's a cold night.
I invite you because I don't get to get my one, and I don't know, Eric, if you have one.
This is
yes.
Darth Vader mate for the Star Wars.
Darth Vader, yes.
I have a Kirmes at hand.
Yes, I do have a girl. Yes, I don't have beer.
I love it.
Only water. Well, okay, Cameron, you have a live image or image that you.
I don't have any. I could show some images I've shown in the past, but if it's okay, I just wanted to continue on my journey of kind of doing my sky survey, and talk a little bit about my adventures recently in the last week. So if I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see here. Share my screen. Okay, you see this, right? You see a blank screen, right?
Yes.
And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my tablet. I'll come up here. There it goes. Start now. I'll just move this out of the way. Let me close this. Okay, you can see my screen now, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
what I'm sharing is that this is, many of you are probably familiar with Sky Safari. And let me just, to make things more clear, I'm going to turn off the observing list. Let's turn it off here so we can just see. This is the current night sky. And what I've done is I've been doing this survey. So if you've watched the previous star parties, what I've done is I've basically have been over the last year, I've been creating observing lists of all objects down to 13th magnitude that I can visually see with my my 8-inch Cassegrain. And basically what I've done is I've completed the circuit just this last month with Virgo, which has many galaxies, of course. And what I've done in the last week, if I go over here, I actually have been in the constellation of Lynx. And Lynx, if I take a look at the observing list that I did last week, let's go down to Lynx. There it is. So Lynx has a list. My list is 41 objects. If you see that to the right, most of them are galaxies. And if I look at all of them, and I just highlight, I'll just show you. This is the list of objects that I observed on one day, one evening, I should say, last Friday. We had a clear night here in Seattle. It was raining the rest of the time, but I was able to get in. And out of all these objects, I went through my list and I categorized. I put descriptions on each of those. And if I go to best and brightest, what I do is when it's rainy time or it's daytime and I'm finished my observing, I actually filtered that out. And let's just highlight. And now you can see I choose the objects that are easily visible. Like, for example, some of the things some of the galaxies might have a good high surface brightness. So even if there's a moon or something, you can actually still detect it and see some structures. Sometimes you'd be deceived and you say, you know, maybe it's a 12 magnitude, like for example, this galaxy right here is 11.9. This one here, 11.7. This one here is 12.5. So that 12.5, but it's a small galaxy. So it has a high surface brightness. And I still can describe it as a distinct oval patch with a brighter core. You can actually see a little bit of structure in that, even though it's at magnitude 12.5. I have Bortle 6 to 7 skies in my backyard here in Seattle. My purpose of doing this is, you know, one of the frustrations when you're doing star hopping, I used to have an 18-inch Dobsonian. You know, one of the frustrations, especially in a partially light polluted sky, is surface brightness, right? You can look at objects and you might not have a chance of finding it. Whereas if you, you know, as you get more experience and now with the GoTo technology, I can start to triangulate and see what is detectable and what is not. And that helps me when the next season, the next time it comes through, I want to image these brighter objects. And what's really fun about this, this process I'm going through is of kind of rediscovering and resurveying constellation by constellation is you can find some real nice nuggets. Like for example, in Lynx, there's this quite a bright galaxy, NGC 2683, that I discovered, and I was very happy. And it's a magnitude 9.1. It's not a Messier object, but it's a beautiful object. And if I look at my description, It's a beautiful, bright, elongated oval with a hint of modeling and a brighter's core. And actually, if you look at it, I'm going to take an image of this in the future with my smartphone. But basically, it has a very nice sharp edges. It's almost edge on. But I'll be able to have a more complete, description as I'm building my experience here and starting to have a database, if you will, of objects. This will be nice for everyone to share with everyone, so that if you're on a night and you're wondering what objects to see beyond the main objects, you can look at this list, and I'll have. I'm going to be getting an imaging system. I have a smartphone. I've been using that. It's very good, but I want to start to kind of do parallel processing, if you will. So I have one telescope which is doing imaging, and the other one I can do observing, and kind of working at the same time. And so I just wanted to share with you, my progress. So like I said, last week I was in Lynx. It's an altazimuth. I don't have an equatorial. So zenith is even though it's the best part of the sky, I don't have my altaz. It has kind of a dark hole there, just like a Dobsonian. It's very difficult to see at zenith. So I have to wait until like Leo Minor is another one I need to get in, and I didn't get a chance to finish Ursa Major. There's tons of galaxy that isn't there, but but as you can see here, I finished Canis Venatici, Coma Berniceus, and Virgo was a major deal.
But larger cluster of galaxies. It's
huge, and then of course
huge. Really, now is the time to observe Virgo, because it's full of. I don't know if you, Maxi, took a picture maybe with reflex camera of the change.
I tried to do it with the F4, but I have too many light pollution right here. We have mercury lights, and they are changing to LED, so they are killing me right now. But I want to go to a farm from a friend to do a good night pictures of Virgo and the Mercurian chain.
Yes, yeah, it's beautiful. And here's what I wanted to. My next step is, here's Mercurian's chain, and this is Sky Safari Plus. But I'm like I said, I'm getting an imaging system here.
You show us last week or 2 weeks ago, Cameron, pictures of. Do you have that again? The pictures of galaxies that you took?
Absolutely. Let me share. Let me stop sharing here. Give me a second. Yeah, let me do disconnect. Thanks, Cesar. So let me go and share. Let's see here, I got. I don't know if this is the one. Let's just take a look at that one.
I don't remember if it was in the Virgo cluster, but this galaxy, I don't remember what object it was, but I remember that was 2 elliptic galaxies, I think.
This was before. I have another one. Let me just see here. Give me a second to do with here, probably here. Zoom. Yeah. I think it's one of these.
Because I remember that we say, whoa, and we say the galaxies, but I don't remember what object it was. 35, do you remember, Scott, maybe. That Cameron had yes.
It wasn't, there was Orion. No, it must have been, I should have.
So only Orion, but you have a wonderful pictures of Orion.
Yes.
It's just Orion.
No, it's just Orion.
No. Okay. Well, here's the one. Yeah. This is the one. Okay, perfect. Okay.
The Hubble variable, object.
Yeah, I was just doing a couple here.
Nebula. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, I had some pictures of the moon. Let me put this in presentation mode. And make sure that I'm duplicate slideshow. There we go. Okay, are you able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes. We can see perfectly.
Yeah, so we have the Eskimo or clown-faced nebula, and then Needle Galaxy, Whale Galaxy, Hockey Stick Galaxy, and Whirlpool Galaxy. This is the one, of course, Libby was talking about earlier. So, and then I also had the Ghost of Jupiter. So if I just skip ahead, this was the telescope I used, equipment. I've used the Mach 102 as well. So when I saw Maximiliano's, you know, the way he had it set up, that's very familiar. So this is just the moon, some moon pictures here. Here's Hubble's Variable Nebula. So I took a couple of pictures. I was amazed how bright it was. And you can actually see some structure in here. And then I did this is my first stack attempt. I didn't do much, you know, processing. So but this, you know, it shows some nebulosity more than just the main nebula, so that was kind of neat. And then here's Orion. I have this artifact that I haven't figured out how to get rid of, this infrared, but it hasn't. What I like about this picture is you can still see the trapezium a little bit.
And you took this picture. Yeah,
Cameron, I had the same issue with the infrared sensor. I only used a black tape of cable.
Yes.
Put it and I forgot it.
Yes, you were right. You know what? And by the way, I do that too, and it would be much worse. But what happens is with my phone, they put it right beside the camera, so I can't. It gets between the glass, and so you do the right thing. So your infrared is a little bit off, obviously, with the what's it, Xiaomi or the Huawei, right? We have a Huawei phone.
Yeah, Huawei, right there.
Yes. Yeah, mine's a Samsung phone, and then we the way they put the infrared sensor, unfortunately, I use the electrical tape. I like your idea. Yeah. So I unfortunately it gets in there, but good. And then in the Clown-Faced Nebula, I guess it's still called the Eskimo Nebula, but anyhow, this is pretty good. You can see the actual outer ring has a little bit of structure. And I played it with some of the ISO settings on the pro mode on my camera, and so that was the best. And then this was really neat. In M46 in Canis Major, there's a cluster, a star cluster with which is M46, and then there's a planetary nebula puff, just a little puff nebula you can see here. I was able to eke out, so that was fun. And then getting to the galaxies, this is our the galaxy of the night, of course, and NGC 4565, the Needle Galaxy. And I was playing with different ISO settings. I didn't do any stretching or anything, but I'm sure if I did some processing here, I can probably get some nice image.
Yes, do you have a laser like this for processing, for stacking? You have a treasure here there. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a great information.
Yeah, thanks. And so I didn't, but this was just direct picture. And then here you can barely see Whale Galaxy, NGC 4631. So you can see, and here you can see a little bit of brightening there.
Yes.
This is actually a really nice galaxy. It's quite large and has some good structure to it, visually even.
Hey, Cameron, have you considered ripping the lens out of that Samsung?
I heard what you said. Yeah.
Yes, actually, yes. With the
I know a guy now that can help you with that, and you know, so
yes.
Yes, but the focal length will give you a lot of very short field of FOVP, but with a Newtonian, you can do it. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, totally. So
let me find a picture of what I took with the f5 and the Huawei P10 without the lens, doing 30 seconds of M83 and the pillars of creation.
Oh,
Let me find it.
Yeah, when you find it.
Yes, I remember this picture. Yeah.
Yeah. And then this one here, I was happy. I love M106. M106 and Ursa Major is really nice. It has, you can see the spiral structure here. And here's a zoom in. You can actually see the dust lanes in the core and some of the spiral structure. And again, no processing, just a direct picture.
Wow.
So I really like to see that. And then here's Libby's M51, and this actually is a good representation of almost what you're going to see here. And here's a zoomed in version. Yeah, zoomed in version of different processes. You can see quite, when you go to the ISO 3200 with the gain, it gets quite greeny. And also this is zoomed in, right? So there's some pixelation, but it's, it would be really nice to hear what Libby says when she sees the spiral arms for herself first time. But it's a beautiful thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
And then goes to Jupiter. Some nice bright. I love planetary nebulas because they're really, and you can actually see a little bit of structure. You can see the central star. You can see the ring and Annis and say. And of course the outer ring. So I was happy with that. And then this one here.
Sorry.
Oops, sorry. Yeah.
No. It's a question about this. This is all are single shots, single lights, not the stacked.
Yeah, no processing, no nothing. Just direct, and not even raw format or anything.
Yes.
I just took the direct picture.
You have gold in your hands. You can start to take in raw, and with the same lights, you have a great information to start to stack and processing, because it's very easy, and we can help you and encourage you to stacking and processing. Excellent.
Oh, thanks a lot, Cesar. That's really nice. And then I had this other picture. And I forgot. This is funny. I don't know what I don't know what galaxy this was, but this is actually a good representation of what I saw in Lynx. That galaxy, it had a very nice kind of edge on, pointed edge. You could, very similar to what you see through the eyepiece. But I forgot which one this was. I didn't keep track. That's the only thing with smartphone. You start to get a little bit carried away, and then sometimes you forget. But anyhow.
Yeah. Yes. It's a great material for to start to, because when you have a great light, that one single light, you can see the shape of the galaxy, and you have something to start to work. And it's that your camera have a techniques and have a great techniques in your pictures, and if you start to work in stacking and processing, come on, you have a goal in your hands, because with this quality of single shots, you have a great thing. Like a Maxi, when it started to ask me about eyepiece and blah blah blah, and actually, well, he's using reflex camera, but maybe every time return to the old love that is the smartphones sometimes.
Yeah. I think there's just and this has been spoken about many times, Cesar, and by Scott and a lot of the experienced astronomers like yourself, is that there's you need a range of tools, right? You need a range of tools. There's no one magical hole-in-one machine so to speak,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes.
You need
yes.
you need to use everything. So what I mean to say is that I really am enjoying smartphone, just like Maximiliano said at the beginning. Smartphone is a great way to kind of get over into the big step into astrophotography, and really kind of within reach, right? Within a very modest budget, you can get in there, and then you get motivated because you say, wow,
absolutely.
Look at what you can do.
Everyone have a one, and everyone
has one.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely.
And then once you get that, then you start like. I'm so excited about it that I actually ended up like I have an ASIR I just got. It was just delivered from OPT yesterday. Then I got a ZWA 294 coming on in a couple of weeks.
I'm
starting to get hooked. I'm starting to get hooked now.
I
got some Lost Mandy rings for my ED80.
Yes. Well, come on, and really, like you. First of all, you are very smart to choose the view, the fields of the objects. You know a lot of magnitudes, or what is the more interesting things to take pictures. And no, come on, in your hand, CWO. Who is the number?
It's a 294. I didn't.
294. Yes, I know the new one. I think that is one of the newest.
It's a 4/3 sensor, and it's 4 point something micron. So it's a wide field. It gives me a very wide field. The 183 or whatever, I forgot what it was. That's a good one too. But I'm thinking of actually getting multiple, right? Because I want to be able to do planetary as well.
No, yes, it's for deep skies too. No, of course, especially for deep sky, I think.
Exactly, and so what I want to do, I'll just finish up these presentation here. Let me go here. It always goes into this funny presentation.
Cameron you need the Apple Explorer Scientific 80 millimeters. You don't have an Apple refractor. You need more field.
You've hit an area which I am so excited. I mean, Scott knows this. I have been on order with the 80 millimeter, the ED80 FCD 100. I'm that's in the queue, and I ordered it in and we know the situation, of course, right?
Yes. I know, especially Scott.
But I'm patient. Don't worry. I know what that baby can do, and I'm very much looking forward to coupling that and using that. Absolutely, it's going to be beautiful. And in fact, sorry, I'm going to jump around a little bit here. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, let me share my screen. So basically, I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share Sky Safari Pro now. So is this Pro? Yeah, I guess so. Let me go into, so I'm going to go to Mercurian's train now, but is this a Pro? Let's see here. Wait a minute. That's Pro, yeah. And I'm going to change the magnitudes. So if you compare, I'm going to put on my observing list. And the nice part is because I have the synchronizing, I can actually, okay. So here's the view in Pro, okay? Now, if I go to Plus, this is the view. Oh, it already moved because of the.
I'm sorry. Do you use this program to manage or drive your evolution?
Yes.
6. Okay. This is
yes.
yeah.
So let's compare the two. Like here, this goes down to magnitude 13, let's say. But what happens is when I get into imaging, right, I'm going to see a lot more galaxies. Like look at down here, the eyes, right? Eyes are a beautiful pair, even visually, right? I mean, but look at these galaxies just south of there that you don't see in here. Because what's going to happen is but if I turn on my imager, let's go back to the other one. Okay, and then I go scope display. I've already added. I have, by the way, here's my 8080. You can see I have a Mac 102, and I have my ED80 already ready to go. And then I have my my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain. So,
yes, it's nice because do you organize your field of vision or the
yeah, and
yes.
So I have the FC 6.3 focal reducer already on my Schmidt-Cassegrain. So that's going to give me the maximum field of view on my Schmidt-Cassegrain, right? But let's compare that with the
your Schmidt-Cassegrain is 8 inches.
8-inch, yeah, 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain, 2032 millimeter focal length.
Mm-hmm.
But I can reduce it to around 1300. I forgot what it is, but f6.3. Now I'm going to compare the A is at 294. Let's look at the image scale. So here's the 2 image scales. So you can see the one circle in the middle. By the way, that's my 13 millimeter Nagler, which gives me 156 power in my 8-inch.
Yeah.
So you can see that with if I use so that's my visual, and if I put my 294 on an f6.3 in my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain, guess what? You have the full field of view within that. So it's perfect for galaxies, right? Perfect for galaxies. And then but then I have my ED80, so I can get the entire Markarian's chain with the ED80 without any reducer.
Yes, I can put the entire Markarian change in the field. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so yep. So,
yes, the most of the problem normally with Schmidt-Cassegrains is that you have a small field of view, and but of course, for any type of image, do you have the solution in different telescopes? It doesn't exist a telescope that can be for any situation. Is it the best excuse that we have to have many telescopes? On our
yes. Oh yeah.
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And
sure.
What I want to do is I want to mix and match. Like I'm gonna I'm gonna piggyback my ED80 on the 8-inch, and then I can use it also as a guide scope, or I can have 2 different imagers. Ultimately I want to play with different things,
yes,
and find different nights are going to have different situations, right? And so I might want to observe in one and an image with the other, that type of thing. So it's really fun. I mean, and it all started because of that smartphone stuff I showed you earlier, just being able to enhance the visual, because I've been a visual observer for many years, and now being able to augment that with the imaging capabilities, it's and smartphone, it's really wonderful.
Sure, and you use it more like to have register of your views, the image of the smartphone. Yes, this is great. Yes.
Yeah.
I found the images if you want to see it.
Yes. Okay.
Let me show.
I'll stop sharing.
Let me wait a second.
Show us these pictures.
Okay.
Maxi.
So okay, you see?
Yes.
Okay.
This is from, you can see the pillars.
This is from my Instagram, but because I couldn't find another place, you can see the pillars of creation and the Eagle Nebula. This is where the 100 50 millimeters f5 and the cell phone. And this is 3 feet the same night. This is all the.
Wow. Whoa.
Isn't that
No,
amazing?
no. This guy, yes. No. Normally, I comment in the Maxi. You did again, Maxi. Normally, are my commentaries. Come on, no.
The Lagoon Nebula.
That's gorgeous. You know what's really neat about this, Maximilian, is actually this is very natural looking. It's actually, this is very natural. Like there's a lot of processing, that's done. This, what I mean is when I see this nebula, it actually really looked like the way the nebula would really look if you were closer to it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's really very, very good. Very nice.
Well, this is from the south. Eric and Cesar will know.
Yes.
We say aguante Tacarina.
Aguante Tacarina. The slang, Argentinian slang. Aguante Tacarina. It's impossible to translate.
Here's
aguante.
Ita Carina, the star, and this is the K-hole.
Wow.
This is really, really huge. Small, sorry, no. It's only, sorry. I have this. It's impossible to me. This part,
I don't mean
this part, yes.
This part, yes.
You can keep your Betelgeuse about
Eric, who is the name?
This one is going to go supernova first, and it's going to be so bright that it's going to be visible with the naked eye in plain daylight.
Yes.
According to some models. It was for many years the most massive binary system known, and still is one of the most massive systems. 80 solar masses one, and 60 solar masses the other star.
Wow.
The thing is huge, and it's close. It's close to home.
And here's the homunculo, the nebula behind the star.
You can see the color of that with an
yes.
It's amazing.
Yeah. In our third party, we using my 11-inch Smith Cassegrain that I don't have anymore, unfortunately. We see like a gold color in the area of Eta Carina.
Yes,
it's amazing. This is with the cell phone too. Come on.
Yes, this is the M83.
Yes. No. We need to repeat this. yeah. Not only for because we are in the after party, but no.
You know what's so nice? I mean, it's beautiful. What was the skies like, Massimiliano, when you took this picture? What was the sky condition?
No, it
like
was.
It's great. It's great. It's not Buenos Aires.
No,
it's not the city.
Like Bortle 5 or 6.
5.
Maybe,
yes,
this
5 or
was
6.
the last year,
so
and this.
Here's a perfect example. Yeah.
This was 30 seconds, and I think was 20 minutes stacked, but. Because of the zoom that have here of the FOV, I can't have more light, but that's why I use that application, Deep Sky Stacker, Deep Sky Camera, that que me permitió give me to do a lot of pictures in a very short time.
Mm-hmm. Yes. You know what's amazing here? That's nice. Wow.
I forgot this. Come on.
Really nice.
This was with the 200 millimeters of a friend from Alberti, a city close here to Chief
Yeah.
Marcos.
Man,
Santa
you're so
Rosa.
lucky in the south. You get both best nebulas. You know.
Well, you have Orion.
No,
We
you
share
have
Orion.
too many galaxies in the north. We have
Yeah, so we're per galaxy. Yes, we need something like this, or the pictures of M31. Come on.
yes.
You can show some
Well,
Whirlpools from time to time. if you
really,
want.
really, we can think for a next global safari something prepared with about galaxies or nebulas. This is great.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. No, you know what's amazing about that is, I think it was said in previous ones, seeing the unseen, right? To be able to detect that spiral structure that's just beyond, you know, that like the galaxy. I forgot what was the one that you showed with the spiral arms. What was that called?
M83. The
M83. So M83, if you see that visually, if you're lucky, you'll see the bar, right? The central bar. And you might, in the dark sky, for sure, you'll see the tendrils of the spiral arms, right? But you have to be in the dark sky because they're very subtle. Face-on galaxies are so sensitive to bad border or bad light pollution. But boy, if you have those dark skies, or if you have a smartphone, you can pull out that spiral structure that on face-on. That's beautiful. I love that. Yeah. That's very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Thank you, Cesar. Thank you, Maximilian. That's really nice.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Really, really, we enjoy this 44 safari. And I think that we can keep more information on more pictures. We can make a contest where if you win, you can put a telescope in the piggyback of the Eric Gonzalez Sesco Observatory. You know,
you get that full night.
Yeah. Yes, I can put my telescope in the piggyback place. Oh, amazing! Last night we saw things really amazing, and really I appreciate, and for me was an excellent experience to share with you and be a co-host with Scott Roberts.
Yeah, you are our special guest host, not a co-host.
Yeah, thank
you. It was great. You did a great job, Cesar. You got
awesome.
Really interesting people on, and we made new friends, and that's what it's all about. So thank you. Eric, I will add you to the group as well as for you, Maxi, and you guys are welcome on anytime. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was great, Eric. Great meeting you, Eric.
Really good. Thank you. Well, okay. So I guess this kind of wraps it up for tonight. We have. As I mentioned in chat, the next Global Star Party will be number 45. It will be held during the International Astronomy Day on May 15th. And the special guest host for that will be the Montreal chapter of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. And so, but they're really looking forward to having international people on. They want both hemispheres attending, and I want, I hope that all of you come back on for that particular event. I will be sending out more information as I know exactly what time they want to start. They want to start a little bit earlier than what we normally start this one, which works out pretty good for those of you in Argentina. So anyways, but it was an honor and it was wonderful, and we saw some great images and we had a lot of fun. And so thank you very much. And
thank you, Scott.
Thanks to all the audience who watched and shared and supported this program. We will, as my good friend Jack Horkheimer would always say, keep looking up, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right. Clear
Thanks,
skies,
guys.
everyone.
Clear skies, everyone.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you,
Yeah.
Maxi. Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you,
Stuff.
Cesar,
Thank you, Cesar.
Cameron, Eric.
Excellent, Caesar.
See ya, guys.
Ciao.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.